Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 51, Hirako Shinji, Visored Recruiter. Third-person POV. Tal Bumasuk had gathered all the Espada and Arrancar together to address them. Many were perplexed and confused by Aizen's absence. All of them knew who Tal Bumasuk was, but none of them believed he could lead the in Aizen's stead. Of them, Baragan was the most vocal. Ridiculous. You expect us to believe that you can defeat a man that defeated the one that brought us all together. You expect us to follow you. You who have shown no ability thus far except how to cling to Aizen like sap to a tree. I do. Tal Bumasuk stated. However, if it is hard for you to believe that I am a competent leader and fighter, then I only request this: follow me for now, watch me and make your own judgments of my leadership. I will not steer you wrong. The power of my master's plans is carefully locked up within my brain. Tal Bumasuk tapped his forehead with his right index finger and smiled. I am not our master, but that may not necessarily be a bad thing. Our master was overconfident and underestimated the enemy. I will not underestimate or overestimate the power of the foes we face. I will make sure we confront our opponents with the proper data. Victory will be ours to claim with rather few casualties. Those of you willing to make the sacrifice shall be remembered once I achieve my ultimate goal. And of course, Tal Bumasuk reached into the folds of his kosid and held out the Hogyaku. This here is the means to our end. The Hogyaku is a tool of which bestows great power to those who can control it, and you can be sure that I can. If you follow me, we will win, and the Soul Society and all of its inhabitants will be a thing of the past. Tal Bumasuk's speech went over rather well. Many of the Arrancar and Espada seemed to accept his statements. Many stayed simply because they felt they would not be comfortable anywhere else. Aizen had given them purpose. Tal Bumasuk was making sure that purpose wasn't being let go. That alone was enough for many of them. Baragan still though was rather uneasy and very unsure that the young pup could hold a candle to Aizen. Besides his raw strength, Kyoka Suijutsu had been what strong-armed Baragan into following Aizen. He would play Tal Bumasuk's game for now, and when it came time to see that he didn't have the power to match Aizen, he would kill him. 1 month later. Karakura Town. It was a chilly October day. It had been an entire month from the start of the new semester. Business proceeded as normal for Ichigo and his friends, only that Rukia was not here to enjoy said business. She had become as much a part of his nakama as the others. If it wasn't for his substitute badge indicating that he was indeed a Soul Reaper, Ichigo would have thought that everything that happened over the summer had been a creation of his imagination. His mind had been put at ease by Soifone when she told him that Lelouch had been released and reinstated as the 10th Division captain. Ichigo was relieved to hear that. Now he sat in class, talking with Chad, Orium, Tatsuki, and Uryu, causing an easily excited Kigo to feel left out as he began to whine to his displeasure. It's like you all have a secret club that I'm not allowed to join. It's like I'm an aging puppy that no one wants to pet. Kigo complained. Got that right, puppy, so why don't you just go stand in the corner and whimper until the meeting's over, then you can pester Ichigo with nonsensical drivel and wag your tail all you want. Tatsuki teased. You are mean, Arisawa. Kigo pointed, tears streaming down his face. I hate all of you. Kigo stormed out of the room and down the hall. What a nut job. Tatsuki sighed. I think you might have hurt his feelings, Tatsuki-chan. Orium said. He'll get over it. Ichigo mused. As if Kigo's antics weren't enough to make that morning out of the ordinary, Chizuru jumped out of nowhere and hugged Orium just underneath her bust line. Good morning. She cried only to get a foot in the face from Tatsuki. As Chizuru went flying across the room and landed on her hands and knees, she clutched her bleeding nose. As expected of Arisawa to be so protective of my beautiful Orium, I think I'll pass out now. Chizuru collapsed upon the floor. Geez, nothing ever changes around here. Asano's still an idiot, Honsho's still in heat, and Kojima's still texting away. Tatsuki said, facing front to wait for Soifone to show up and teach. She did and announced that the class would be getting a new transfer student. Unbeknownst to Ichigo, or even said transfer student, who would soon come to be identified as Hirako Shinji, Soifone knew all about what was about to unfold. Urahara had told her all about it. In the middle of attendance, Ichigo's badge began making the most awful noise. So iPhone knew that only she, Ichigo, Tatsuki, Chad, Urayu, and Orium should be able to hear said noise. She glared at Ichigo, wondering what he was going to do about it. Sensei, may I use the bathroom please? His hand shot in the air. The bathroom, excuse, really? So iPhone thought to herself. Make it quick, Kurosaki. She said with an annoyed look on her face. Right, sure. Ichigo said. I have to use the bathroom too, sensei. Tatsuki declared and began to follow Ichigo out the door. Me too. Orium said, getting to her feet. Though aware of the situation, so iPhone still had to act like a teacher. Hey, hold on a minute. She shouted, calling down the hallway. You two get back here. Young women such as yourself should have better bladder control than that. We'll make it quick. Tatsuki said. Yeah, just like every other pair of female friends that go to the bathroom together. So iPhone shouted sarcastically down the hall. She could go chasing down after them if she felt like it, but she figured she may as well get used to it. She knew this sort of stuff was bound to happen. I swear if this keeps up, I'm actually going to have to punish them for their work just so no one gets the idea that I'm going soft. Kigo headed out the door and began pacing, preparing to take off. Bathroom. 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 So iPhone grabbed him firmly by the shoulder. Take your seat, Mr. Asano. She said crisply. Kigo began more frantically running in place. Favoritism. 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 Freedom to pee. Kigo whined. Chad and Urayu simply looked at Kigo from their seats with sweat trickling down the fronts of their foreheads. Blocks away, Ichigo dispatched the offending hollow with ease and turned around to see Tatsuki and Orium. Looks like you guys came out here for nothing. I was able to take care of this thing on my own, he said. He then noticed the absence of a certain half-Mexican. Where's Chad? He asked. Oh, I guess we never told you. Tatsuki said. Chad and I play rock paper scissors every morning, loser has to play second to you. Okay, but what are you doing here, Inu? Ichigo asked. Oh, I always wanted to lie to get out of class. Orium admitted. It's nice to be honest about stuff like that. Tatsuki said. But it's another thing to be proud of it. Orium just laughed. Business went about as usual for the rest of the day with no more interruptions. It was the following day that things started to become rather odd. As So iPhone had mentioned, there was a new student joining the class. His name was Hirako Shinji. Both Shinji and So iPhone knew who the other was. Neither was about to comment on the situation till lunch though. As sort of a gimmick, when introducing himself, he wrote his name on the blackboard backwards. So let's see, where am I going to put you? So iPhone asked aloud. She looked around the room to open seats. There were only two. One was at the far back of the room and the other was right next to Kurosaki. Meet your new neighbor. So iPhone stated. Shinji went and took his seat next to Ichigo. Well, hey there, Carrot Top, Shinji said with a grin, nice to meet you. I hope we can be friends. Whatever. Ichigo turned his head. Right then, So iPhone said, getting back on track, to help kick off the start of the new month and with the annual cosplay festival coming later this month, I'm assigning you all a project. To be presented at the start of next month, I'm breaking you all up into partners and you'll be presenting a 10-minute acting presentation for class. So iPhone declared. And just so there are no issues with partners and the like, I'm assigning pairs. A lot of students moaned, but a scowl from So iPhone silenced the room. As far as Ichigo and his nakama were concerned, Orium got partnered with Tatsuki and Urayu got paired up with Chad. Kigo had hoped that would leave him with Ichigo, but So iPhone put him with Mizurio. Ichigo wound up getting partnered with Shinji. Ichigo wondered if perhaps his sensei had lost her mind. As far as he knew, Shinji was just a normal student. If Ichigo had to go out hollow hunting, how the hell was he supposed to explain that to his partner? Not to mention Khan always had to open his mouth when not warranted. Sensei, why do I have to get stuck with the new guy? Ichigo complained. His complaint was answered with a piece of chalk to the forehead. Ow! He put his hand up to rub the sore spot. Kurosaki, you and Hirako are going to be seating neighbors, you might as well get used to one another. So iPhone told him. Ichigo just growled as he lowered his hand. At lunch, Shinji made his way to the teacher's lounge to see So iPhone. He found her at her desk doing work. So iPhone knew what Shinji's intentions were and the two of them went to an empty classroom. I take it Kisuke didn't tell you the whole story. So iPhone said with a smirk, arms folded. He just said to transfer to class 1 to 3. He didn't say you were the teacher, not that it would have made any difference. Shinji stated. I take it this means he wants Kurosaki to learn to control his holofication. Yuriuki had told So iPhone about it. If he didn't tell you about me, I suppose it also means he wants you to recruit Kurosaki without him knowing the connection between Kisuke and you, if that's at all possible anyway. Well, that last part won't exactly be easy by assigning us that project together. Shinji rubbed his head. On the contrary, once Kurosaki finds out about what you are, a close-knit friendship will be necessary. Also, he'll come running to me once he finds out and ask if I know anything if you fail to persuade him. I've given you an opportunity, Hirako. Don't waste it. So iPhone told him. Don't worry, I won't. Shinji stated and began to leave the room. By the way, you might want to think about ditching the whole cloth and braids look. Most women wear their hair long now or in a ponytail. You should get with the times. You look like you're stuck in the 16th century. I don't need fashion tips from you. So iPhone snapped. After school, as Ichigo and his nakama began to leave school grounds, Shinji came up from behind the group and slung his arms around Ichigo and Tatsuki's shoulders, the pair of which was standing side by side. Hey, what's up, new friends? He asked. Hey, Overbite, ever heard of personal space? Tatsuki asked. What do you want, Hirako? Ichigo growled. Well, Ichigo, since you and I are assignment partners, what say we get a jump start on the project? He asked. He slid his arm off of Tatsuki and leaned his elbow on Ichigo's shoulder. As they say, there's no time like the present. Here's another thing they say, Ichigo said, walking forward with his bag over his back, don't do today what you can put off till tomorrow. Actually, you might want to keep off the streets. Uriah said to Ichigo as he pushed in his glasses. Gangs tend to grow bold in the autumn months around here, especially when the cosplay festival approaches. Unless you want to be caught in a fight, it might be best if you and Hirako get a jump start on the assignment. I know Sato and I plan to. Chad nodded in agreement to Uriah's statement. Ugh, fine. Ichigo surrendered. Just follow me to my place. My dad said he'd be getting home late tonight, so we'll have some peace and quiet at least. Sure thing, pal. Shinji said with a huge grin. And quit the buddy-buddy act, Ichigo said, and he and Shinji began to walk away from the rest of the group. It's really irritating. Aw, come on, don't be like that. Don't you know that the best of friends? Shinji and Ichigo were far too outside of the rest of the group's earshot. Tatsuki was staring intently at Shinji. What is it, Tatsuki-chan? Orium asked. That guy has spiritual pressure. Tatsuki stated. It's more than that. Uriah pushed up his glasses. He has a red spirit ribbon. Uriah stated. Why, are you serious? Tatsuki asked. Uriah nodded. Yes, but at the same time there's something odd about the way his is constructed. I can't quite place my finger on it. Is Kurosaki-kun in danger? Orium asked. Not likely. Uriah said. Sensei's Ryutsu is considered captain level. She obviously knows that Hirako-san has Ryutsu. It's likely she also knows what he is as well. She may have even paired Kurosaki and Hirako-san together for that reason. So then what do we do? Tatsuki asked. For now we shouldn't do anything. Uriah said. If we wait, the truth will be revealed to us eventually. Well, you're the smart one. If you think that's what we should do, I have no problem with it. Tatsuki said, rubbing her head. In the short month they had been home, she, Ichigo and the others had formed a small little 5-man band of sorts. Ichigo was the leader, Tatsuki was his sidekick, Uriah was the smart guy, Chad was the big guy and Orium was there more or less to look pretty. Maybe if Hirako-san turns out to be a nice guy he can be the 6th ranger to our 5-person group. Orium chimed in. She then began to go off on one of her little tangents. I guess Orium and I will go to her place and work on our project. If you guys learn anything call. Tatsuki said, holding up her hand like a cell phone. The bad guy is huge, it's time to create the super special mecha god. Kill. Eliminate. Rar. Orium said, now daydreaming aloud. Tatsuki sighed and waited till her friend was finished before the two girls headed off to Orium's apartment. That evening, Ichigo and Shinji had been sitting around for quite a few hours trying to come up with some kind of idea that they both could agree on and actually do. Every idea they had come up with thus far had either been rejected by the other person or fallen short by varying degrees of being doable. They had come close at one point. Ichigo had come up with an idea of enacting a scene from one of his favorite animes, which Shinji knew, only for both to wonder how in the hell they were going to simulate giant fighting robots or find an ornamental sword that could both clash with a carving knife without getting sliced up, since most fake swords were made of plastic. Ichigo lay on his bed, face up, staring at the ceiling. Look, this isn't getting us anywhere. You wanna call it a night and try it again another time? Ichigo asked. Well, excuse me for not having the same interests as a delinquent except for a couple of cartoons. Shinji said with a bored tone. Ichigo just growled. As if things couldn't get any worse. His hollow badge started to go off. Oh great. Ichigo rolled his eyes. He got up from his bed and went for his desk and headed for the door. I'll be right back, he told Shinji. Shinji stood up. And just where do you think you're going in such a hurry, Ichigo? The bathroom, Ichigo said lazily. Liar, you're on your way out to fight hollows, aren't ya? Shinji asked. What? Ichigo wondered how he could possibly know about this kind of thing. Hirako, Ichigo turned around sharply, how do you know about that? His answer was given to him when he saw Shinji holding up a long sword with a red handle and an eye-shaped guard. Is that a Zanpakuto? Hirako, who are you? Forget it. I don't have time to wonder about that kind of thing right now. Ichigo emerged in soul form and then opened the window. I've got substitute duty. This conversation isn't over. Of course it isn't. That's why I'm gonna come with you, Shinji said. Ichigo just sneered and he and Hirako headed out together to where Ichigo slashed the offending hollow in half with one strike of his blade. Now then, mind telling me who you are? How did you get a Zanpakuto? What are you doing in my class? Ichigo asked. Is your memory that bad? Don't you remember what I said to you? Shinji asked. I said I wanted to be friends, remember? Your sensei obviously realizes you and I need to be friends. Shinji's face reflected a particularly crooked smile. Otherwise she wouldn't have partnered us up for our project now, would she? Ichigo became shocked at the prospect that iPhone knew the entire time. What the hell do you want with me? I don't get it, Hirako. Who are you? Ichigo asked. Will you calm down? Shinji asked. You are such a pain sometimes, do you know that? He held up his hand up by his forehead as Reishi began to gather together until it began to take a unique shape. Shinji's hand was a white mask that vaguely resembled the mummy of an entombed pharaoh. Pop quiz, Shinji said, what do you suppose this is? That's a hollow mask. Ichigo became alarmed. Yup, a Zanpakuto. Shinji held up his sword with the hand that wasn't clutching his mask, and a hollow mask. Do you get it now? I'm a Soul Reaper that's crossed over. A Soul Reaper with the powers of a hollow. I'm what's called a visored, just like you. What the hell are you talking about? Ichigo slammed his palm against his chest. I'm a Soul Reaper and proud of it. So you can take your little visored friends and just go home. Oh really? Well, it won't matter either way, your sensei has us partnered together for that little assignment. I'll get you to see things my way one way or another, Shinji said. After all, do you think your sensei would be dumb enough to partner you up with a rogue spiritual entity? Ichigo realized what Shinji was saying. You mean you, and her. That's right, we know each other. And unless I'm mistaken, your sensei is about as protective as they come. If she thought you were in any danger, don't you think she'd be here by now? Shinji asked. Ichigo grinned at his teeth and glared at Shinji. So come on, join up with us. We can show you how to control that beast inside of you. Shinji said. No way. Ichigo held up both his hands. Well, that's too bad, Ichigo, Shinji said. Even if you don't want to join, you're gonna wind up coming to find me and my pals anyway. After all, it's only a matter of time before that thing inside you completely takes over your mind. Ichigo was about to say something back when a spiritual pressure could be felt a few blocks away. What the hell is that? Man, that's some Ryutsu. Wanna check it out, friend? Shinji asked as he turned to go after it. Hey! Don't go acting like we're buds or anything. Ichigo shouted. I've got no interest in your little group. So what? Shinji asked, glancing back at Ichigo. Just cause I've got hollow powers doesn't mean I'm one of them. I'm not one of the Soul Society and I'm not one of the Hollows. I'm my own guy on my own side. If you don't want to join me now, you're just delaying the inevitable. That doesn't mean we can't be comrades until then. So what do you say, amigo? Shinji asked. Fine, whatever. Ichigo growled. Just don't get in my way. Shinji and Ichigo both tore after the giant hollow that had emerged. It was Shinji who got to the hollow first. Gotta keep up, Ichigo, he said. You'll never be a good Soul Reaper if you're slower than me. This little game of race to slay kept up for a little while until a gigantic spiritual pressure could be felt by both Ichigo and Shinji. The Garganta opened up right on their location. From it emerged a large hollow, the size of a small townhouse. It was covered in dark tan and olive green fur and had a human-like build with a human-like face and tiki-shaped mask around the face. Kurosaki Ichigo. The hollow took a big swing at Ichigo, who dodged. The hollow laughed. Well, I've found you at last, Kurosaki Ichigo. How does that hollow know my name? Ichigo thought aloud. Whew, that smell is downright rank. Shinji waved his arm in front of his nose and then looked at the giant hollow. You know they invented something called soap a few decades ago. You should try some. Insolent little whelp. The giant hollow took a swing at Shinji, who blocked with his bare palm. Impossible, without a weapon at all. Ichigo looked at Shinji, wide-eyed. With a sly smirk and a firm grip, Shinji pulled his arm back by his ear and then pushed, sending the giant hollow into a nearby building. I guess I overestimated him. Shinji said. You wanna crack at him, Ichigo? Shinji asked. Huh? Ichigo was still half aware of his surroundings. Oh come on, Shinji said in disbelief, that hollow knows your name. It's always nice to keep appointments, Ichigo. Even if your appointment is a battle to the death with a foul-smelling hollow. Oh haha, very funny. Ichigo griped sarcastically, bouncing his head side to side. Whatever though, I've got a pretty good idea what that thing is, and you can bet your ass that I'm going to turn that thing into paste. Ichigo took off after the hollow that he was convinced was Grand Fisher. He landed on the ground and stared at the giant hollow. Get up! Ichigo thundered. With a low growl and a few grunts, the hollow, that Ichigo had correctly identified, got to its feet. Kurosaki Ichigo, how I have waited for this moment. Grand Fisher, what the hell happened to you? Ichigo asked, chuckling. You look like you got beaten with an ugly stick by a very hairy man. Grand Fisher growled and attacked Ichigo. Ichigo jumped back and fired off a Getsuga Tensho, knocking Grand Fisher into the ground. He prepared for the counter-attack as Grand Fisher side-swiped at him, but Ichigo dodged to the side. Ichigo sent out another Getsuga Tensho, firing blindly, kicking up dust and smoke, but he found, once the smoke and dust cleared, that his second attack hadn't done very much. Grand Fisher was now about the size of a Minos Grande. Ichigo landed on a roof. What the hell? How the hell did he get so big? He saw the handle of a sword sticking out of Grand Fisher's back and the bald head of the creature. And is that a Zanpakuto? What the hell is going on? Confused? Then allow me to explain. I am an Arrancar, a hollow interested in obtaining the powers of a Soul Reaper by removing parts of my mask to become more powerful. In our last encounter, my wounds were too severe from you for me to recover on my own, and so, Grand Fisher gripped his sword and drew it completely out. I was transformed. That's his Zanpakuto, it's huge. What the hell? Ichigo thought to himself. Shinji was watching the spectacle off to the side, his garments flapping in the breeze kicked up by the spiritual pressure. Well, this looks like it's starting to get interesting. I might just have to save the kid's life if things get dangerous. Don't bother, a deep masculine voice stated, let me. Shinji looked off to the right to see a Soul Reaper with a Haori tucked and folded along his left shoulder and a Zanpakuto with a red handle, sheathed at the hip of the same side of the man's body, standing next to him. He had black hair and a fuzzy beard. After all, he's my son. Kurosaki Ishine. Shinji recognized. He didn't know Ishine by face, but he knew who he was by name. He also had been told about Ichigo bloodline, but not the details. It made sense to Hirako though. He now remembered the less than famous branch family that extended off from the Shibas. So he's the Kurosaki, interesting. Shinji thought. How long do you think he'll last? Ishine asked. You say that like you think he might fail. Shinji said. It's his first Arrancar, plus his inner hollow is out of control. He'll never be able to properly control his spiritual power right now. Not on a revenge hype anyway. Ishine was right. Ichigo contended with Grand Fisher's monstrous-sized Zanpakuto and massive power, but was unable to counter. The power of his Shikai was very limiting and he wasn't getting the breathing room necessary to pull out his Bankai. Grand Fisher took another swing at Ichigo and sent him colliding with the ground. What's the matter, Kurosaki Ichigo? Despite your increase in power, am I so much stronger than you now? The Hollow began laughing wildly. Screw you! Ichigo shouted and held up his sword to the sky. Getsuga Tensho. With his massive fist, Grand Fisher punched the attack and dissipated it. What? Ichigo could not believe that he just saw his attack get punched into little bits. The shockwave knocked him down on his ass. It's over, Kurosaki Ichigo, you lose. Grand Fisher took a swing at Ichigo. That's far enough. A deep voice called out and slashed Grand Fisher right in the wrist and severed off his sword hand. Ichigo could only stare at the person before him. D-Dad. Hey, Ishine gave a thumbs up to his son. What's the matter, Ichigo? You're getting your butt handed to you by this overgrown furbag. When did you get your powers back? You told me you lost them. Ichigo shouted as he sat on the ground. 1 month earlier. It had been about a day after Ichigo had returned home. His dad had tried waking him up in the usual manner and Ichigo stopped him, in the usual manner. It was after their little tumble and tussle that Ichigo asked about Ishine's being a Soul Reaper. Who blabbed? Ishine asked. Wasn't Lelouch, was it? Well, Lelouch told me the details after I found out, but it was this guy Stefan. He said something about you being a phantom and a martyr. Ichigo rubbed his neck. Well, You don't have to tell me why you didn't tell me before. You probably had your reasons. I can't ask about it without traipsing all over your feelings and staining them with dirt. So I'll wait. Until you decide someday that you want to tell me, until you decide it's time for me to know. Until that time comes, you don't have to say a thing. Ichigo said. I do want to know a few things though, if you don't mind. Sure, what's up? If you're a former Soul Reaper, how come you can't see spirits? Ichigo asked. Oh that, well you see, I sort of, lost my powers. Ishine rubbed his head. Ichigo didn't seem to buy it. I'm telling you that's what happened. Ishine said. I couldn't become a Soul Reaper right now even if I wanted to. Whatever. Ichigo said. What's for breakfast? He began to head for the front door. Wait, Ichigo. Ishine said. Just how much do you know? What do you mean? Ichigo asked. Never mind. Another time maybe. Ishine said. Go eat. Present day. Hey, wait a sec. This is why you blew off work and said you were coming home late? So you could get your powers back? What gives? Ichigo asked. I'll explain it to you in a little bit. Right now why don't you let me be a father and take down this hollow that's giving you trouble, boy? Ishine said. Dad, wait a minute. That's not an old hollow. It's a special hollow he killed Masake, I know. Ishine said. Wah, Buledin, how, I don't. Ichigo couldn't form a coherent sentence. Remember how I told you that I didn't blame you for Masake's death? Well, that wasn't pure sentimentality, you know. Mostly that was it, but the real cause is right in front of our face. If anyone else should be blamed, Ishine said as he took a stance with his legs spread apart, it should be me for not being able to save Masake. Ishine put a hand on his Zanpakuto, not you. In the next moment, Ichigo watched as Ishine disappeared and then reappeared only a few inches to Ichigo's left. However, Ishine's sword was mostly sealed and his back was to the enemy. However, after he clicked it shut, a wound ran across Grand Fisher's body as he split in half and dissolved. Ishine smiled. Looks like I still got it. Got that right. A suave voice called out as the sound of wooden shoes could be heard clomping across the rooftop. Hat and clogs. Ichigo stared at Urahara. Well, if it isn't the men of the Kurosaki household. How's it going for ya? Urahara asked, tipping his hat. We just avenged my mom. Ichigo said. Oh, well that's good to hear then, isn't it? So, I take it Aizen's made his move. Ishine said. You're a bit behind in the news, Ishine. Aizen's dead. Urahara stated. You don't say. Ishine said. Hearing the word Aizen and dead used in the same sentence, Shinji inched closer to listen in. Apparently Lelouch used some power he calls geese to get Aizen to commit suicide. With his name cleared, Urahara had been briefed on the situation by head captain Yamamoto, and given extra detail by Yoriyuki and So iPhone. Yamamoto wanted Urahara in on the fight against a Tremere Talbumasuk, Aizen's second, and to do that he needed the bucket hat shopkeeper's help. Lelouch got him? Shinji asked himself and grinned widely. Well, ain't that just swell? You said a Tremere, right? Ishine asked. Indeed I did. And indeed I am referring to the former lower noble family beneath the Kuchikis. Talbumasuk-kun seems to have struck out on his own and he's already made himself known that he's not to be screwed around with. Urahara said. How did you or the Soul Society work that out? Ishine asked. Talbumasuk-kun left a paper trail brighter than the moon reflected off the head captain's dome. Within the Milky Way galaxy, the Soul Society has lost contact with over 500 Soul Reaper outposts in the last month. All were found defeated by time-manipulated Ryotsu, as well as Ryotsu that is a mixture of Soul Reaper and Hollow Energy. That bastard! Ichigo shouted. It gets worse. We think he's just testing the strength of his crew until he's ready to you on Ichigo. Aizen had his eye on you. It's only a matter of time before Talbumasuk tries the same thing. Urahara said. We'll let you have the first crack if you want, but be prepared to not have an easy fight or being required to be bailed out. Ichigo simply glared. Well, have a good night, gentlemen. I'll be seeing you later. Urahara began to walk away and stopped after about 10 paces. I know you heard every word we said, Hirako, make of it what you will. Urahara said and then vanished. Hey. Wait. Hat and clogs. Oh yeah, good luck trying to get him to come back. Shinji's sarcastic voice penetrated Ichigo's ears as he dropped behind the Kurosaki men. Kisuke does what he wants and doesn't care what anyone thinks. That's just the kind of guy he is. He loves messing with people. Which is odd when I consider how laid back he was as a captain. Wait, you knew Hat and Clogs when he was a captain? Ichigo asked. Urahara called you Hirako, right? Ishine asked. I was right, you are who I think you are, former captain of Squad 5, Hirako Shinji. That's me. Shinji said with a big grin. Former captain? Ichigo stared at Shinji. This guy? Shinji saw Ichigo staring holes at him and decided to fess up since Ishine IDED him. Well, the cat's out of the bag now. So here's the thing, Ichigo, I've been sent to help you become a Vizard because that's the only way you're going to be able to control the hollow inside you. I won't become one of your club flunkies. I don't know how you got your powers. I really don't care. If you're a former captain with powers the Soul Society considers illegal, with good reason, that doesn't exactly give me reason to trust you so easily. I don't care if you know my friends and family, you don't have my trust, and until you prove to me that I can trust you, there's no way I'm just going to submit myself to whatever it is you want me to do. Not unless there's no other option. Ichigo said. Don't you get it, you idiot? There is no other option. This problem isn't going to just go away. And you can't control it on your own. Your only choice is to become a Vizard. Shinji stated. I have time to seek out other options though, and I'll be damned sure to find them if they exist. I still have my mind to control. I'm not going to just turn myself into a Soul Society hating bastard just because you want me to give into my hollow self. I won't, Hollow-fi. I won't. Ichigo took off. Man, he is so stubborn. Shinji said. He kind of takes after me in that respect. Ishine beamed. But what can you do, he's young and stupid. Just hang around, try to earn his trust, he'll come around. Well, I've got at least a month considering his teacher assigned us as partners for a project. Shinji stated. Hopefully before then he'll come around. Well, just try acting like a friend and he might accept you. All you gotta do is earn his trust. That's a little easier done on paper than for real though. Ishine said. I figured that was gonna be the case. Shinji said. Well, whatever, I guess I'll be seeing more of you two more often. What a pain in the rear. Shinji took off. Ishine sighed and began to trudge on back to Urahara's house where his Jigai was. Well, best head for home then. He looked up at the sky and saw the glistening stars. So you took him out, eh? Way to go, Lelich. Ishine then shunpoed and left the scene. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52, Ulquiorra and Yami, Arrancar Scouts. Third-person POV. The next day when Ichigo got to school, Shinji was still there as if nothing had happened the night before. Annoyed, Ichigo grabbed Shinji and dragged him outside and threw him against a pole. Ow! Shinji exclaimed. Maybe you're not aware of it, but that really hurts. What's the deal? I thought we were pals. Cut the crap, Hirako. The only reason you came here was so you could get me to join your little club. You can forget it. I'm a Soul Reaper, not a Vizard. Ichigo shouted. What, are you brain damaged? Shinji asked with a glazed look. You can't honestly mean that. Once the symptoms have started to show, Vizards can never become normal Soul Reapers again. And regardless of what you may think the die is cast, you're already one of us. Sweat trickled down the left side of Ichigo's face. Shinji sighed and began to speak in a grave tone. Orium, the big guy, Four Eyes, the karate chick, they may seem like your friends now, but they'll only stay that way for the time being. Once you become a hollow, that's game over, Ichigo. You will lose your sanity. Your power will destroy everything around you, your friends and your future. Even your identity will be blown to smithereens. Your inner hollow is slowly starting to take over. Surely you must have noticed it by now. It's already so powerful, you can barely control it. All you gotta do is join up and trust me, Ichigo. I'll show you how to save your sanity. Sure, I can go about trying to earn your trust like your old man suggested, but the longer you put this off, the less chance you have of being able to do it at all. Ichigo didn't want to hear any more of this. He left Shinji where he was and began to stomp away, emotionally tormented. He already knew about everything Shinji was telling him, he didn't need the blonde actually confirming his fears and telling him his life was over. He bumped into iPhone in his daze. Hey, watch where you're going, Kurosaki. She snapped. Sorry, sensei. Ichigo said in a daze. iPhone could tell from his tone that something was wrong with Ichigo. Kurosaki, are you okay? It's nothing you need to worry about, sensei. Ichigo said softly. Could you just send Tatsuki to my place with my homework and my stuff after school? I'm not feeling too well all of a sudden. iPhone had never seen Ichigo like this. Over the years she'd seen him depressed, angry, serene, in a joyous facade, and even nervous. Never before had she seen him as withdrawn and soulless as he appeared to be. She didn't have to be facing towards him to know that his face was as pale as a sheet. She had a right mind to kick him and tell him to get his butt to class, but for some reason she felt like being nice just this once. So iPhone put a hand on Ichigo's shoulder. "All right, I don't know what's bothering you." So iPhone said. "Frankly, it's not my business as your teacher to know, but I'm going to guess it's got something to do with your inner hollow." She took in a deep breath. "I want you to go home and get some rest. I can tell already that whatever's bothering you is just going to trouble the learning environment. Normally I'd put you in the nurse's office, but I'm going to try and play the good guy for once." So iPhone started to get snappy, "and not give you detention for moping and trying to skip class. I'm not going to do this again, got it? This is a one-time thing. No second day, no other breaks unless you've got a fever, which you'd better not even think about trying to fake." "I'll be good about it," Ichigo said. "Thanks, sensei." So iPhone felt awful. She could only watch Ichigo walk away and stagger about. She grabbed him by the shoulder. "On second thought, I think I'll have you stay in the nurse's office till your father gets here. I can't have you walking the streets and getting jumped if you're going to be like that." So iPhone, using Ichigo's emergency contact information, called Ishine and asked him to come and get Ichigo. Since there were other teachers in the office, so iPhone was vague about what was going on. She said it was due to that special problem she, Ishine and UK had discussed. On the other line, Ishine understood and came to get Ichigo. Yuzu and Karen were in the car since, as long as Ishine was driving, the man figured he'd give the girls a lift to class, which began in a half an hour. "Uni I-chan, are you okay?" Yuzu asked him. "Uni I-chan." She shook him. Ichigo wasn't ignoring Yuzu on purpose. He simply couldn't hear her. He was too absorbed in his own thoughts. "I do hear it. After I kicked him out during my fight with Stefan, I kept hearing that guy inside calling out to me. The sound is getting louder and louder. It doesn't show any sign of stopping. If this keeps up..." "If this keeps up what?" Ichigo's Hollow's voice rang through his head. Ichigo gripped the back of his seat. "Are you trying to scare yourself, Ichigo? When I'm done with you, you'll be even more scared. I'm getting closer and closer to you, and not just day by day. Oh no, it's going to happen much faster than that." His Hollow laughed maniacally. An image of him appeared in Ichigo's mind momentarily. "See, I'm even closer to you than I was a moment ago, and I'll just keep getting closer and closer until I eventually swallow you up. And once that happens, you'll disappear. Things aren't turning out well for you at all, are they?" More menacing laughter was heard in Ichigo's head from his Hollow. "See you around." "Ota-san, stop the car, Ichigo feels warm and he's white as a sheet." Yuzu cried out. And his eyes looked panicked. "I think something's really wrong with him. I'm scared, Ota-san." Ichigo coughed hard. The color slowly began returning to his face. He sounded like he was gagging on something, but a few hard coughs and he was back to the regular scowling Ichigo, relatively of course. Shinji was right, the problem just wasn't going to go away. "Ichi-nii, are you alright?" Karen asked. "Yeah, I just need some bed rest," Ichigo said. "Well, if you say so," Ishine stated. He dropped the girls off at school and then took Ichigo home. Ichigo collapsed on his bed. Ishine did not like seeing Ichigo like this, not when he could do something about it. He sat down backwards in Ichigo's chair and looked at his son as he lay on his stomach with his head facing the wall. "You know, moping is as likely to fix the problem as getting angry at it will," Ishine said. "Just go away, Dad." Ichigo sighed. Ishine, as long as he was having a chat with his son, decided to share some information with Ichigo since he didn't have to open the clinic for another hour. "You know, if your cousin Kyokaku saw you like this, she'd call you a dumbass, grab you by the short hairs and drag you to wherever it is Hiriko's staying." Ichigo sat up. "I have a cousin named Kyokaku?" he asked. Ishine rarely spoke of the extended Kurosaka family. In fact, he never did. "Yeah, Shiba Kyokaku," Ishine said. Now Ichigo at least had a different reason to get angry than he was before. "Just what kind of crap are you trying to pull, old man?" he shouted. "I guess Lelich didn't tell you that part then." Ichigo, we, the Kurosaka family, are what's known as a branch family to the Shiba clan. A branch family is a family that's connected to the main family by blood, but lost the name as the lineage passed down. Kyokaku and Kyan, and their little brother Ganju are your second cousins once removed. Ishine stated. Their family? Ichigo asked, awed. You betcha. Ishine said with a grin. In fact, when you went there I wouldn't be surprised if they knew. When you were born, I told Urahara that no one should tell you about our history. After all, I defiled our family's name, but it sounds like Lelouch went and cleared it, so that's a load off my shoulders. Ishine stated. What exactly happened? Ichigo asked. Sorry, but that's a story for another time. Ishine said, getting to his feet. Ichigo looked at him with interest. Oh, by the way, the man of the Kurosaki house said as he began to go for the door, if this geese power of Lelouch's Kisuk's been talking about actually can compel anyone to do anything, you might wanna consider have him use it on Khan to keep him on a tighter leash. I can't tell you how many times I had to bail you out of a tight fix. Ishine said and left the room. Ishine stood outside the door and counted backwards on his fingers. 3, 2, 1. He could hear Ichigo strangling Khan inside and shouting at him in anger. Sounds like Operation Defer Ichigo's anger was a smashing success. Ishine said and went to go have an extra cup of morning coffee. That afternoon, the bell rang to let school out as Tatsuki and the rest of Ichigo's nakama noted that Ichigo never came back to class. Menacing eyes were sent Shinji's way from Tatsuki as she had seen Ichigo and Shinji talking with each other before, so iPhone stepped in. As the students filed out, so iPhone made an announcement. Could someone take Kurosaka's homework and bag to his house for him? She requested. Ichigo had asked her to have Tatsuki do it, but so iPhone was interested in seeing just who would volunteer. I'll take care of it, Fung-sensei. Shinji said, holding up his hand as he rose to his feet with a smile. No, I'll take care of it. Tatsuki said with a snappy tone. Ichigo's my neighbor, so I have to head that way to go home anyway. Don't you have karate practice or something right after this? Shinji asked before giving Tatsuki a smug smile. Someone like Ichigo who's in the top 25 of the class should get his homework and things as soon as possible, don't you think? Don't you think you oughta want a knuckle sandwich overbite? Tatsuki growled. Both she and Shinji were given a piece of chalk to the head for their trouble. You're both acting like middle school freshmen. So iPhone chided. If you can't settle on this together, I'll just pick someone. She looked around the room at the remaining students, which included the rest of Ichigo's group, including Kigo and Mizuoro. Asano, why don't you take the responsibility of giving Kurosaki his stuff? She tossed a manila envelope to Kigo and then went over to Ichigo's desk and gave him Ichigo's bag. I get to go to Ichigo's house. After so much time of being excluded from activities, I get to actually be useful. Kigo saluted in military fashion to So iPhone. Don't worry, sensei. I'll get this to Ichigo straight away. Kigo ran out the door as fast as he could. He felt like he had just won the lottery with how excited he was. You know, if Kigo were a different kind of guy, I'd be worried right about now. Tatsuki said jokingly. I'll see you out on the track, Arisawa. So iPhone said to her. Hi, sensei. Tatsuki responded. While Tatsuki got in some physical fitness, Orium, Chad, and Uriah went to head out on for home. Shinji followed them. Hey there, new friends, he said with his usual overly friendly grin. Mind if I walk with you guys? Sure, no problem. Orium said with a smile. While the four of them walked together, Kigo made it to Ichigo's house so fast that it was a wonder why he wasn't on the track team or competing in national track tournaments. Ichigo. Kigo waved his arms back and forth frantically outside Ichigo's front door. Ichigo, in his room, heard Kigo shouting and looked outside his bedroom window. The depressed teen had managed to get some sleep and he felt a little better. The problem with his inner hollow was still at large, but for the moment it didn't seem that big of a deal, rather it wasn't on the forefront of the teen's mind. What the hell is he doing here? Ichigo thought as he looked down at the energetic Kigo. The brown-haired student began waving Ichigo's bag back and forth in the air and Ichigo could sort of piece together why he was here. He palmed his face. I thought I asked Sensei to have Tatsuki bring my stuff over. A thought then dawned on Ichigo. Oh, that's right, I forgot Tatsuki has practice today. Ichigo sighed and went for his bedroom door to go down the stairs to exit his house. Still, Sensei couldn't get anyone a little bit more reliable and less likely to disturb the peace than Kigo? Ichigo grumbled to himself. He opened the front door to where Kigo was standing at the end of his driveway. Ichigo! Kigo dashed towards him and stopped, by skidding to a halt, mere inches from the front steps when he saw Ichigo's face. Despite the fact that Ichigo didn't feel troubled, his face still looked somewhat pale and he looked like someone who had just come from a funeral. Hey man, you okay? You look awful. I'm fine. Ichigo said and extended his hand for his bag. His palm was rather tensed up, like an old man with arthritis. Can I have my stuff and today's homework? Kigo gave Ichigo his things, but quickly became concerned. He had never seen Ichigo like this before. Are you sure you're alright? You sure don't sound it. Kigo broke out into his overly cheerful self. Come on, turn that frown upside down. Kigo stretched out the corners of his own mouth to get Ichigo to naturally do the same. Just go home. Ichigo sighed as he prepared to head inside. Hey, come on Ichigo, quit being such a stick in the mud. Kigo waved his arms frantically up and down. Let's go do something fun like go to the old arcade or go to the park and toss a frisbee around and get it out of trees when it gets stuck. Ichigo went inside and shut the door. Fine. Go be a loner. I'll go have fun by myself. Kigo shouted at the door, putting the side of his hand up against his face. He began to stomp away only for the door to open and Ichigo to step outside. The arcade, you said, right? Ichigo asked, stepping up to Kigo. Huh. Kigo was confused at first, but just the idea that Ichigo, after turning him down on so many occasions, finally was accepting one of Kigo's proposals to go hang out was exhilarating. Yes. The arcade. Kigo slung his arm around Ichigo. Come on, let's go check out that machine that no one's ever beaten before and high scores are determined in terms of levels completed. Let's go, best pal. What Kigo didn't know, of course, was that Ichigo was only accepting his proposal to get his mind off things. Going to the arcade or the park would surely be a welcome distraction from worrying about his inner hollow. At the arcade, Ichigo and Kigo began playing on the machine Kigo had mentioned that no one had been able to beat. The game had 9 levels. Kigo got up to level 7 before he died and ran out of money. Nuh! Kigo began wailing in front of machine. I was close. You were 2 levels off. Ichigo rolled his eyes. And if I had gotten just a little farther I would have beaten the high score, it's not fair. Kigo whined. Ichigo, sighing, pulled a few coins out of his pocket and put them on the machine. Here. He said. Keep going. Kigo's mouth dropped open in excitement and he held up one of the coins. Thank you, Ichigo. He made to hug his friend only to notice that Ichigo was nowhere to be seen. The door to the bathroom swung back and forth. Shrugging, Kigo went back to playing, just in the nick of time before the countdown reached 0. He got by level 7 and only wasted 3 out of the 7 coins Ichigo had given him on level 8, not including his initial coin to beat 7. He had only 3 coins with which to beat the 9th and final level. Tongue sticking out and curved upwards, licking his upper lip, Kigo's left fingers and right wrist worked fluidly as he played this incredibly tough game. He had long since beaten the high score, now he just wanted to win. A crowd began to gather when someone noticed that Kigo was on a level that no one recognized. Kigo ignored the oncoming crowd. He reached the final boss. He was on his last coin and he wasn't about to screw this up. When Ichigo came out of the bathroom he saw the crowd gathering and Kigo still plugging away at the machine. Rather than pushing his way through the crowd, Ichigo just hung off to the side and watched. From his distance he couldn't see the game all that well, but he could see the boss health meter go down, and down, and down, and down, and down, and down, and down until finally after what seemed like an hour, but was really only a few minutes, Kigo won. People cheered and Kigo put his name in. He began doing a victory dance. The arcade manager came over and gave Kigo a free pass for all the food, drink, and game pass tokens he wanted for a full month for being the first person to complete the game. Kigo saw Ichigo in the distance and ran up to him and put his arm around his neck. Well hey, I wouldn't have been able to win if my best pal Ichigo hadn't given me a few extra lives. Please, Ichigo looked to the side, unenthusiastically, I just gave you some coins, it's not because of me you only needed 7 coins to win. Then as an assister to this fantastic achievement, you sir get a free beverage and meal of your choice with this meal voucher. The manager declared. Ichigo gracefully accepted the voucher and put it in his wallet. Things died down a little bit after that. Kigo was out of money, but Ichigo had yet to spend the rest of his coin on a few games and went to one of the fighting game machines just to vent out his teenage anger. Ichigo just kept getting frustrated because the computer was pulling off combos and attacks he didn't know how to do. He angrily walked away from the machine and made to leave the arcade. Let's go, you said you wanted to go the park right? Ichigo asked. Yeah, but let's go get the frisbee from my house first. Kigo said. Come on let's go. Kigo began to run off only for his face to collide with a big burly guy about as tall as Ichigo, perhaps slightly taller. People tell me you beat demons and devils. He spoke angrily to Kigo. Kigo swallowed. Yes. He squeaked. The big guy grabbed Kigo by the head and shouted in his face. I spent 3 years practicing on that game and I came here today to finally win. And now I find out that my dreams have been crushed by a spineless worm like you. That just makes me so angry that I just have to punch something. He took a swing at Kigo's mug, but Ichigo punched the guy in the side of the face before the thug's fist connected. Hands off the idiot. Ichigo stated, arm still outstretched. Thank you Ichigo. Kigo exclaimed. You're a real pal. The thug got up. Damn bastard. How dare you hit me? Lazily, Ichigo just picked up his foot and kicked the guy in the face. He then grabbed Kigo by the shoulder. Let's go before we start attracting a crowd. He said. Ichigo didn't go more than 5 steps outside the arcade when his combat pass began blaring. Aw crap, why now? Damn it. Ichigo let go of Kigo and tensed up. Kigo, go home, and stay safe. There's something I need to take care of, something important. Ichigo said and began to dash off. Hey Ichigo wait where are you going? Don't leave me here. Kigo began to run after Ichigo, but lost sight of his friend when he began sneaking through alleyways to his house. Kigo, however could figure what Ichigo was up to, but as the caffeinated teen sped towards Ichigo's house, he saw the protective teen's window open and a black-garbed Ichigo go jumping out of it and into the town. Kigo stopped short, skidding to a halt. What the that was Ichigo, but he freaking flew through the air. And where'd he find a change of clothes and a giant sword so fast? He began rubbing his head furiously. This isn't fair, I'm always being left out of the greatest secrets. Halfway across town, Tatsuki was taking a relaxing cool-down jog through the park. She had been inadvertently caught in an attack by 2 Arrancar, Yami Realgo and Ulquiorra Schiffer. The former was a big stocky guy with a frame as large as one of the Omedas, but muscles to outclass the family. He also had tan skin and large sideburns and a black ponytail at the back of his head. Strangely enough he had orange-colored eyebrows. He had a hollow bone around the bottom of his jaw, complete with fake teeth, acting like a chin guard. The latter had pale white skin with hollow bone making up half of a helmet on the left side of his head with black hair, green eyes, and teardrop makeup down them. Both wore white robes with black socks and white waraji. Yami, the big dumbass between the two, found the incessant staring of people at him and Ulquiorra, despite the fact that these spiritually oblivious people were staring at the giant crater the pair made upon entry with the world of the living, to be rather irritating and pissing him off, so he used Gonzui to suck out their souls. As mentioned, Tatsuki had been caught by this attack, but rather than collapse into a heap like the affected people she held steadfast on her feet and turned around to the direction the strike came from. There were trees in her way, but she could sense strong spiritual pressure just past it. Rather than charge through, she suppressed her own power and looked from afar to try and see what was up. Black. Yami stuck out his tongue after his Gonzui was complete. Awful taste. What did you expect, Yami? Ulquiorra asked, walking closer to him. Weak souls like that will always taste nasty. Well, I only did it cause they kept staring at us, like we were part of some freak show. Those people weren't looking at you. Ulquiorra said. After a slight pause he added. In fact, they couldn't see us at all. I know, but they were still pissing me off. Yami scowled. So, how many in the world of the living are we supposed to kill this time? 10. Ulquiorra said. 1 primary target and 9 secondary targets. Bah, only so many. Yami said, scratching his ribs. There have got to be over thousands of people in this city and we're only supposed to kill 10. According to Lord Tremere, there are only 10 spiritual entities capable of putting up a fight, 4 Soul Reapers, a Quincy, 3 spiritually powered humans, this area's Soul Reaper representative and of course substitute Soul Reaper Kurosaki Ichigo. The rest are just trash. Ulquiorra stated. So is that how it works? Tatsuki said, coming out of hiding. She threw her towel to the ground. You guys come in here acting all high and mighty and you've got orders to eliminate us, including my best friend, and on top of that you cause collateral damage of dozens of innocent lives. Sorry, but that's not gonna happen. Tatsuki said, holding up her arm and bending her fingers so that the tips touched underneath the base of her knuckles. Hey, Ulquiorra, is she one? Yami asked. Why don't you try activating your Pesquius for once? Ulquiorra asked. Or use simple logic. She survived the Gunsui and she can see us. She is also secondary target Arisawa Tatsuki. Kill her. Yay. Yami said with a gleeful and very evil smile. Tatsuki in response held out her arm at her side as she created a disc of fire and then threw it at Yami. Oh. It's a frisbee, Ulquiorra. I'm going to catch it. Yami said as if he were a child with that. Yami, if that frisbee, as you call it, hits you, it's not going to be painless. You really ought to use your brain once in a while. But Ulquiorra, I eat plenty of fiber. Yami said with a big grin. I said brain, not bran you. Ulquiorra paused inside, realizing it wasn't worth correcting Yami. He spoke again with the same emotionless tone he always used. You know what, on second thought, Yami, catch it. Catch it with your teeth. Ulquiorra encouraged. Ulquiorra had begun to find his companion rather trying on his patience as of late. Yami was already a moron to begin with. The brain damage he suffered about a week ago from a particularly tenacious Soul Reaper didn't help matters. Ulquiorra had brought this to Talbumasuk's attention, but was unable to persuade the leader of the Arrancar to do something about it. 4 days ago. Hueco Mundo. Ulquiorra wished to have a talk with Talbumasuk regarding Yami. The Lord of the Arrancars had preferred that his troops speak their mind if they found his decisions questionable until they decided for themselves that he was fit to lead. Given the brain damage Yami had suffered, bottom rung on the Espada or not, Ulquiorra was questioning Yami's ability to be an Espada at all. Is there something I can help you with, Ulquiorra? Talbumasuk asked as Ulquiorra stepped into the throne room. Sir, regarding Yami, why is he still an Espada? Ulquiorra wanted to know. He spoke as expressionless with his voice and gaze as always. The damage to his brain has begun to take its toll. Yami was already one of the lesser intelligent Espada, but he's starting to become like a child in the body of a giant. Just yesterday Ichimaru-sama put a cake in front of Yami's door, knocked and hid. Yami opened the door, stepped in the cake, picked up his shoe, looked around to see if no one was looking and then licked the cake off of his shoe. Can you really expect someone like that to fight as an Espada? Ulquiorra questioned. Talbumasuk rose from his seat. I agree with you that Yami has become rather stupid as of late, but he still has both arms, both legs, still has enough intelligence to know how to use his Zanpakuto, and hasn't lost even an ounce of his power. Therefore, by extension, he is still useful. That is something I cannot comprehend. Ulquiorra stated. In his current state he is likely to get himself killed. And that is why you are a physical embodiment of nihilism. Talbumasuk said in a mocking tone and walked down the stairs to stand on the same altitude of ground as Ulquiorra. He held up his right hand and extended his index finger. Yami is still useful so long as he can kill and so long as he is strong. Unless the damage to his brain becomes so extensive that he cannot distinguish friend from foe, his strength keeps him on the Espada. If he does die, then he has lived out his usefulness to me and to the army. You are very different from Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra noted, eyes narrowing slightly. I should hope so. Talbumasuk said. Both Lelich and Urahara were prepared to face Aizen-sensei and Aizen-sensei's tactics, but now that I have taken the reins they are ill-equipped to face me if I do not act the same as our master. There are some tactics they might see coming, but then again they might not see them since if I try to act different from Aizen-sensei for a while. Talbumasuk let his arm down at his side and put his hands in the pockets of his long coat. Does that answer your concern? He asked Ulquiorra. Yes, I believe it does. Present day. Rarg. Yami shouted and made to bite Tatsuki's disc of flame only for him to choke on it. Play with fire, get burned. Tatsuki said. That is so cliché. Ulquiorra thought to himself. The smoke cleared around Yami's face, showing he hadn't suffered very much damage at all. Some small scratches to the right side of his face were all Tatsuki had to show for her assault on the big brute. Ack, man, that would have hurt really badly if we didn't have this Iero, Yami said, rubbing the soot off his face. He then turned to look at his partner. Right, Ulquiorra? The Arrancar just stared straight forward like he was a living statue. Yami was sort of pointing out the obvious and Ulquiorra didn't feel the need to comment. Seeing Yami having just shrugged off her disc of flame like it was nothing, Tatsuki ran forward with a battle cry with an underarm punch, fist imbued with flame. She thrust it forward and made to punch Yami right in the gut, just below his hollow hole. Kaso Kabushi. Yami, with a wide grin, blocked Tatsuki's strike with his fist. His Iero and Ryotsu absorbed the entire blow. Hey Ulquiorra, are you sure this bitch can fight? Yami asked. That didn't hurt at all. Tatsuki twisted her body and attempted to tear straight through Yami. Kane Ryu. Yami and only got pushed back across the field by the force Tatsuki was exerting. Tatsuki hardly did anything other than singe the Arrancar's clothes. Raisin Furia. Tatsuki delivered an uppercut to Yami's chin, but he blocked again with his arm. That's not a punch, he said and reared back his arm. This is a punch. Yami punched Tatsuki right in the chest, breaking a few ribs and sending her soaring into a tree, which she broke upon contact with it, due to the force, and landed with her back on the tree. Yami laughed boisterously. Is that all you can muster? How pathetic. Tatsuki began to find it hard to breathe. One of her rib bones had punctured her lung and now blood was starting to flood into it. Thankfully, the cavalry had arrived in the form of Chad, Uryu, and Orium. Hang in there, Tatsuki-chan, I'll save you, Orium declared. She activated Soten Kishun and began to heal Tatsuki. Uryu fired Jinrei Kojaku at Yami and Ulquiorra, riddling them with arrows. The ones that hit Ulquiorra bounced right off his Iero, but the ones that hit Yami stuck right into the Arrancar's skin, creating many little puncture wounds. Chad ran right up to Yami only to get smashed to the side, his arm mangled as Yami flexed his powerful muscles and with a might swat severed Chad's arm off from the elbow down. Sato-kun. Trying not to panic, Orium dispelled Soten Kishun and used Santen Kishun like a gurney to carry Tatsuki over to Chad and began healing them both. Uryu began taking on Yami, but the arrows he fired were doing little more now than bouncing off the large espada. Did he get stronger somehow after my first attack? What's going on? Uryu wondered. In the next moment Ulquiorra used Sonito and appeared behind Uryu and with a fearsome chop struck Uryu down as if his arm were a sword. Ishida-kun. Orium now had to repeat the process of carrying and recasting her techniques as she watched Uryu get cut down. Ah, Ulquiorra no fair, I was playing with him. Yami complained. You're too slow to deal with someone as skilled and tactful as a Quincy, Ulquiorra said. While Yami did constantly try his patience, Ulquiorra wasn't about to let his deeply buried desire for Yami to hopefully die during the mission to interfere with the mission itself. What about the girl though? Yami asked, looking hungrily at Orium. I can kill her, right? That girl, Inu Orium, has a strange power. Whatever she is doing to those two humans and that Quincy, it is not the power to heal. Even so, of course, she's trash, just like the others, Ulquiorra said. Oh boy. Yami charged towards Orium like a stampeding elephant, but was blocked by a Zanpakuto with a red handle and an eye-shaped guard. Hirako-kun. Orium recognized the person in front of her. Yatter, yatter. Shinji said. What a mess. Wait for me, I said. I need to get something, I said. You guys really ought to listen to me more often. Shinji swung down and slashed a wound in Yami's hand. Yow. Yami backed off. Little worm. He made to strike back at Shinji, but Ulquiorra stopped him by putting an arm in front of him. Stop, Yami. This individual is not on Master Atramir's list of targets, but he is indeed dangerous, judging from his Ryutsu. Allow me to handle him. Ulquiorra said. That's no fair, you always get to have the fun, Ulquiorra. Yami complained. Then how about playing with me for a little bit? Ulquiorra and Yami both heard the boastful call from behind them and turned to see a Soul Reaper with a cleaver-shaped Zanpakuto and orange hair. Who's that, Ulquiorra? Yami scratched his head with his large index finger. Ulquiorra sighed. That's the primary target, Kurosaki Ichigo. You may play with him if you wish. Yay! Yami cried. He turned to face Ichigo only for a mass of spiritual power to begin to swell around Ichigo. He's going to use it? Shinji questioned to himself. Doesn't he realize he'll only bring himself closer to destruction by doing that? Bankai. Ichigo said, with a scowl, and emerged in his condensed uniform. Tensou Zanjutsu. Hey. Big guy. Ichigo called out. Are you the one who did that to Tatsuki, Chad and Ishida? Sure am. Yami said with a big grin and folded arms. This guy's not too bright, is he? Shinji thought to himself. He knew that would just make Ichigo angry by Yami saying that. Ichigo couldn't stand people hurting his friends. Hirako. Ichigo called out. Get Inu and the others to safety. Guard them with your life. I'll take it from here. Did you pop stupid pills while you were home? You can't take these guys. Shinji said. Hirako. I'm not going to ask it again. Go. Ichigo shouted. Shinji stared at Ichigo. He's not saying that because he believes he can win. Shinji noticed. He's saying that because he doesn't want any of us around if he loses control. Ichigo, you're smarter than I give you credit for. Let's go, Orium-chan. Shinji said. Ah, right. Orium cast Soten Kishon, cast Santen Kishon and used it as a platform to levitate Uryu, Chad, and Tatsuki onto the shield and then recast Soten Kishon over it so that she and Shinji could get to safety. Ichigo stared down Ulquiorra and Yami. I am going to wipe the floor with you. He boasted. Quicker than the eye could see, he charged down towards Yami and sliced his arm straight off. Yami grabbed his arm in pain. He took a swing at Ichigo, but the Soul Reaper dodged to the side. Idiot, that's what you get for wanting to rush headlong into a fight. He should have mastered Pesquius, but no, he just has to go and be a walking personification of trash. Ulquiorra stopped criticizing Yami and looked at Ichigo. He is strong, just as Aizen-sama and Atramir-sama predicted. His Ryutsu is strong for someone who only recently learned Bankai. Still, even at this level of power he couldn't possibly pose a threat to Atramir-sama or even me. Damn. Yami cursed at Ichigo. You little runt. Ichigo casually put Tensou Zanjutsu on his shoulder. Surprised you can stand there and call me names. I guess you're as tough as you are ugly. Having a rough time, Yami, want me to intervene? Ulquiorra offered. He had sized up Ichigo and was willing to go forward with the mission. Perhaps with a missing arm he figured Talbumasuk might axe Yami from the Espada even if he brought Yami's arm back with him. Hell no. Yami said and grabbed his sword. I'm just getting warmed up. I can't believe you need your Zanpakuto to deal with a runt like this. Ulquiorra said. Then again, this is the same moron who fell for a sneak attack from a 6th seat Soul Reaper and lost a few brain cells. Shut up and stay back. Yami shouted. Oh, so you're an Arrancar too, are you? Ichigo asked. Huh? You've heard of us? Yami scratched his head. I dealt with one of your own just last night and that's the reason I went straight to Bankai. Of course, judging from your injury I'd take it that was a bit overkill. Ichigo said with a smug grin. Oh, you think so, do you? Yami said and got out his sword. He took a swing at Ichigo. The teen blocked. Yami took a few more slashes at the teen before Ichigo started getting bored. Lazily he slashed up Yami's front and made a nice little gash. Like I thought, child's play. Ichigo said with his Zanpakuto on his shoulder. He held up his sword to the sky to deliver a finishing blow. As he did though, he could feel a suffocating sensation coming from within his body. Damn it! He's here. That's my technique you're about to use, Ichigo. His hollow said to him. If you wanna finish him off with that, you'd best switch with me. Frantic, Ichigo began swinging violently back and forth, panting like a dog and backing away from Yami. Go away, go away, go away, I don't need you. Huh? What's up with him? Yami scratched his head. Who cares? Kick him while he's down. You have an opening, you idiot. Ulquiorra told him. Don't tell me what to do. Yami said, but did as Ulquiorra suggested nonetheless. He kicked Ichigo right in the stomach and sent him flying back. He then punched Ichigo in the side of the head as he spiraled back and knocked him to the ground. This is my favorite exercise, punching bag. Yami said with glee. He continued to mercilessly smack Ichigo around. I rejected you, Ichigo thought to his hollow, so now you wanna get in my way and sabotage me? Damn. Something's odd about his Ryutsu. Ulquiorra noted about Ichigo. It keeps fluctuating. When it's low it's inconsequential, but when it's high it reaches my level or higher. So very strange. Yami continued to pound Ichigo into cake until Ichigo went limp. Ah, he stopped moving. Yami picked Ichigo up by the head. Too bad. I guess this was his last day. He made to throw Ichigo, but in an instant a new fighter appeared on the scene and drove their elbow into Yami's abdomen. The new fighter was a woman. She had raven-colored hair with two cloth-wrapped braids. She was wearing a yellow vest and a black sleeveless shirt. She was also wearing black jeans with a hornet's crest emblazoned into her pant legs in golden embroidery. Sen, SEI. Ichigo looked up at iPhone. I thought you were going to get rest. She said. Ichigo just groaned weakly. Well, it doesn't matter. She said. I'll take it from here. You just lay there. She looked at Ulquiorra and Yami. Who's she, Ulquiorra? Yami asked. Her name is iPhone. She is the former executive militia commander of the stealth force. She is also one of our secondary targets. Ulquiorra said. Can I kill her? Yami asked. As much as I'd like to see you try, I think a Tremere-sama would be mad at me if I so blatantly disregarded an enemy's ability. Do you have any brain cells left? Ulquiorra asked. At your current level, especially with your arm loped off, she'd wipe the floor with you in less than 5 minutes. Says you. Yami said and made to charge. Ulquiorra sighed. I guess he's the type that has to learn through example. He's so weak. I don't even need my Zanpakuto for this one. iPhone smirked. Yami was so slow, to her, it was like he was standing still. As he charged forward, she slid her body underneath him and drove her knee into his stomach, sending him flying into the air. With a flash step she appeared above him and smashed him over the head with her arms locked together and swung her arms like a hammer, slamming Yami into the ground. As he bounced off the grass from the impact, iPhone reappeared and planted the bottom of her foot into the side of Yami's abdomen and sent him bouncing along the ground. She took a left lead stance and looked at Ulquiorra. You wanna go too? As much as I'd like to, I don't think you really have the time or option, do you? Without medical attention your precious student isn't going to last long, is he? Ulquiorra asked. Yami got up. No. Come on. I wanna fight her one more time. Yami shouted. Idiot. Ulquiorra said and appeared by Yami and smacked him in the gut with the side of his hand, causing Yami to go down on one knee. Get your arm and let's go. Ulquiorra said. He opened a Garganta. As much as I'd like to kill him right now, Kisuke and Yoriyuki-sama said not to engage recklessly against the Aaron car until reinforcements arrive. iPhone sighed before folding her arms and boasting to Ulquiorra. Tell your lord that if this is the best he could muster that he'd better come up with some better flunkies. Please, if I had been the one to face any of you in combat, rest assured you would have all been destroyed like the trash you are. He and Yami then disappeared into the Garganta. That evening, Urahara Shoten, Chad, Uryu, Tatsuki, Orium, and Ichigo were all gathered at Urahara's place so that healing could be done. Shinji had joined them and so iPhone was with them. Out of his entire Nakama that had fought, only Ichigo was conscious for the moment. It was also pouring out, complete with thunder. Urahara had phoned his hind to let him know where Ichigo was. So, Ichigo, what did we learn today? Shinji asked Ichigo as the teen sat next to him covered in bandages and gauze. Kiss my ass, Hirako. Ichigo grumbled. Ha. So iPhone delivered a fierce chop to the back of Ichigo's head. Ow, what the hell sensei? Ichigo rubbed his head. How's this for an answer? I learned that I'm going to continue to get my butt kicked until I learn how to control my own power. So iPhone snapped. Ichigo just growled and turned his head away. She's right, you know. Shinji said, swirling around the iced tea he was holding before picking it up and taking a drink. When he swallowed he said, you need to learn how to control that beast and I think you learned today that mentally suppressing it isn't going to work. That's not true. I just let my anger get the better of me. Ichigo excused. Shinji sighed and got to his feet. You are by far the most stubborn person I have ever met. He paused and then added. No, wait, I take that back, you're the second most stubborn. He sighed again and began to walk away. It doesn't matter. You'll come crawling to me eventually. I'll see you tomorrow in class I guess. Before he left, Ichigo said. Hey, Hirako. Shinji looked over his shoulder. Thanks for saving Inu and helping my friends. I appreciate it. Ichigo said. Hey, what are friends for? Shinji smirked. Don't think I trust you just because you did one good thing. Ichigo said. Didn't think you did. Shinji began to walk away. Go. Ichigo heard Tatsuki's voice. He went over to where Orium was healing her, Chad and Uryu, the latter of which were still unconscious. Tatsuki, are you okay? Ichigo knelt down by her. I'll pull through. Tatsuki groaned. Ichigo sighed. Don't do something that reckless again, okay? I don't like seeing you get hurt, even if Orium can heal our wounds. Tatsuki just chuckled to herself. I think I'll head on home. Ichigo said as he got to his feet. I'll walk you back. So iPhone said. You're in no shape to fight if you get jumped in that condition. Ichigo just glanced to the side. Yeah, thanks. With her black golf umbrella opened over the both of them, so iPhone walked her student back to his house. She'd rather be at home with Yoryuki getting a nice massage, but tending to her students came first. They were her responsibility and her job, pleasure could come afterwards. The walk was silent until Ichigo and so iPhone were halfway to the clinic. Thanks for saving me, sensei. Ichigo said. I might have been killed if you hadn't shown up. I would have arrived sooner. I thought you'd do fine when I sensed your Bankai, but when Hirako told me about the trouble you were having when I passed by him I picked up my pace. If you weren't having trouble you would have sliced through that one guy like papier-mâché. That guy was weak. That other guy though, the pale one, I don't know if you could sense it, but he had some serious power to him. So iPhone said. I couldn't sense it. I'm really bad at sensing Ryutsu. You're a meter from me and I can barely sense yours at all. I'm bad at a lot of things. Maybe I should just stop being a Soul Reaper altogether. Ichigo said. Well, that would solve the issue temporarily, so iPhone said and then got snappy, but you know how I feel about quitters. I don't understand why you can't just go and get help from Hirako. I don't need anyone's help suppressing this damn thing. I can do it on my own. It's my body so I can damn well take care of it if I try hard enough. Ichigo shouted. You're just scared to lose your mind, admit it. So iPhone said. I admit it. Ichigo said depressingly. So iPhone let out a short sigh. Look, moping about it isn't going to be good for you. Clear your head and think about this. Tomorrow's Friday and since you missed yesterday I want you in class. Saturday there's no school. First thing in the morning you're to go to Hiriko's place and get this sorted out, am I understood? Ichigo simply growled and walked out from underneath So-iPhone's umbrella. God damn it, Kurosaki. Stop being so stubborn. So-iPhone punched Ichigo in the face. He didn't even retaliate. He just kept walking. You know what, fine, be a quitter, see if I care. Don't expect me to do favors for you anymore though. I hate quitters. She shouted after Ichigo. Later that evening, after midnight, once Tatsuki, Chad, and Uriah were well enough to go on home and Orium went with them, So-iPhone went back to her house and she walked in the door slightly damp. The rain had really started to pick up from the start of the evening. Stupid Kurosaki, she mumbled into the cushion, I swear I oughta. Something the matter, So-iPhone? Yuriuki asked. She was in the bathroom brushing her hair. It's nothing. So-iPhone said, collapsing on the couch. Kurosaki's being an idiot as always. It's nothing new. The apple obviously doesn't fall very far from the tree. Yuriuki laughed and walked out into the living room. Ichigo's still a little kid. He may look like a teenager, but he still tries to think that he can solve all of his problems on his own and he only needs help to fight his battles. So-iPhone simply growled. I just spoke to Kyokaku a little while ago. Reinforcement should be here tomorrow afternoon. Judging from who I heard is being sent, there's no doubt Ichigo's gonna get pulled out of whatever funk he's been in for the last few days. Yuriuki stated. I hope so. So-iPhone said. She turned over onto her back. We're going to be down a powerful asset without him for the upcoming battle. We need all the hands on deck we can get and he's captain class. He just has to learn from experience, that's all. Yuriuki said. Now, how about that massage I promised? So-iPhone happily flipped over onto her back. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53, Lelouch brings reinforcements. Third-person POV. Ichigo walked into class that day, the Monday after the incident to be precise. So-iPhone had done everyone who had been involved in the incident a courtesy by giving them the day off due to their injuries. Orium's powers were slow-acting, trying to heal 3 people at once, and Ichigo himself still had some pretty bad blows to his body, even after healing Kido had been used. These wounds had later been fixed by Orium herself. Ichigo was trying to keep calm about his condition, but anyone who knew Ichigo could tell that he was severely depressed about something. Ichigo. Kigo came charging up to him. When Ichigo didn't clothesline or attack him, Kigo figured something was up. Hey man, what's wrong with you? First you don't show up on Friday and now you're all mellow and stuff. A light bulb went off in his head. I know maybe you're just low on energy. I've got some Red Bull if you want. No thanks, I'm good. Ichigo stated, walking past Kigo. What's your deal, man? The last I saw of you I saw you jump out your window in a black kimono. Did you even leave your house over the weekend? Kigo shouted. Ichigo stopped walking and glanced back at his friend with surprise. What? Kigo saw me? But how? He doesn't have spiritual pressure, or does he? What the hell? It was just special effects. A familiar accented voice walked up from behind Kigo. Shinji seemed to be coming up with an excuse to keep Kigo oblivious to the supernatural. Ichigo and I were practicing for our project. You obviously couldn't see the thin wire we had dangling from the telephone poles. Right, Ichigo? Shinji said with a big grin. Yeah, that's right. Just special effects. Smoke and mirrors, nothing more. Ichigo said. Wow, you guys must have a really cool project you're working on. I can't wait to see it. Kigo said, pumping his fist in the air. He then went inside to take his seat. That's the best you could come up with? Ichigo asked disbelievingly. Well, at least it worked. Shinji said. Do you plan to keep sticking around here until I say yes to becoming a wizard? Ichigo asked. That's the plan. Shinji retorted. Ichigo sighed. Whatever. He walked inside where Tatsuki was sitting at her desk. Orium's power to fix wounds was incredible. It was like nothing happened yesterday. Ichigo's injuries were not as bad as the others, since he had fought in soul form, so regular restoration through healing Kido was used on him while Orium focused her power on Uryu, Chad, and Tatsuki. Still, Tatsuki had it the worst. Chad and Uryu could have lived with modern medicine. Chad would have just to have gone around with one arm the rest of his life, but Tatsuki was living only in thanks to Orium. Several of her ribs had been broken and one of them snapped and punctured her lung, causing massive internal bleeding and also caused Tatsuki to suffocate on her own blood. Tatsuki, Ichigo said, walking up to her desk. Tatsuki turned her head to the side and looked at Ichigo. Oh, hey, morning. She said. Well. Ichigo wanted to apologize again for what happened to her. If he had been stronger, less scared, a little more perceptive, he would have been able to have engaged Yami and Ulquiorra before Tatsuki had gotten hurt, or so he believed. Whether or not that would have been the case, was another matter entirely. However, no words would come. Tatsuki pushed her chair back and stood up. If you're not going to say anything then I'll talk and you'll listen. She stood up and looked Ichigo right in the eyes. What happened yesterday was not your fault. She pointed her right index finger at Ichigo. I happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time and I got a little overconfident in my skills. I don't need you to worry about me and I certainly don't need you to pity me. Got it? Tatsuki asked. She was happy for Ichigo's concern for her, but at the same time he didn't need her checking up on her like she was a helpless damsel like Orium. Who else can I blame though? Ichigo asked raising his voice, but he wasn't yelling so the entire classroom couldn't hear him. Chad and Uryu were injured too, but you nearly died. I'm not going to write this off as a big nothing, oops we'll try better next time. Ichigo smacked his palm against his chest. If I was in top form none of that would have happened. I don't know what I can do other than feel guilty. Tatsuki stepped on Ichigo's foot. Ow. Ichigo began hopping up and down and holding his sore foot. Tatsuki pointed at Ichigo again. You can start by not acting like you're a big shot hero that we're all supposed to fawn over and follow. We can all take care of ourselves. We don't need you looking out for us and acting like our injuries are your fault. We should blame ourselves for being so weak. Your defeat is a sign of your own weakness. Our group is a team effort. If you think you're not at your best then get back to being your best. They say a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, but we're not a chain, we're a chemical compound. When one bond grows weak, it's strengthened by another part of the compound to stabilize it. There are no generally weak links in our Nakama, only weak links willfully formed. As long as you have confidence and try your best then you just need to pick yourself up and get stronger. I know that's what I plan to do. Ichigo put his foot down gently and looked at Tatsuki and listened to her speech. She was always like this ever since his mom died. Thanks Tatsuki, I appreciate it. Ichigo said and went to take his seat. Throughout the day Ichigo thought about his friendship with Tatsuki. For 5 years, now going on 6, she had been his biggest support. They'd been friends for a long time, but it was when they made that promise to each other that they would always be a team, the same day that Soifone gave Ichigo his backbone, that he and Tatsuki became a dynamic duo. She was like a trampoline underneath his feet, whenever he fell she would bounce him right back up. Still, while having support was fine, Tatsuki's moral support couldn't compare to the massive, though rather interestingly shown, backing Ichigo received from Rukia. As the school day neared its end, Ichigo began to wonder how she was doing. He figured she must be working hard and spending plenty of quality time with her sister and friends. He wondered if perhaps he might see her again or anyone from the Soul Society. It had been about a month and he hadn't heard a thing other than that Lelouch had been let go and reinstated as a captain. Since Ichigo had board duty that afternoon he got a bucket and began cleaning the chalkboard. At this same time the anime club was filing into the back of the room. Just as he was about to get out the sponge and wash the board the door to the room opened. Standing in the doorway were 7 people, dressed in the uniform for his school. They were not students of Karakura High, but Ichigo recognized them nonetheless. Standing before him were Kyukaku, Rangiku, Susanna, Kyan, Hisuna, Renji and Lelouch. Kyukaku, Kyan, Lelouch, what are you all doing here? Hey, Ichigo sup. Kyan shot his hand in the air, grinning. There's an oncoming storm with the Arrancar, and as such the Soul Society wants this sector reinforced by high-level Soul Reapers. Lelich responded. Ichigo turned his head and went back to cleaning the board. We're fine as we are. Oh really? Another voice called out, then explain to me how, if you're fine, that you got your butt kicked so thoroughly the other day. Ichigo heard the voice and turned towards the window where Rukia was standing on its sill, arms folded. Our Rukia? Is that Rukia? One of the club members asked, looking at her. I think she just came in through the window. Another member said. Forget her, I'm more worried about those other 7 individuals over by the door. I mean, look at the girl with the silver hair. That is not normal. Both Lelich and Susanna heard this, and the word normal echoed in Susanna's head. Knowing how conscious she was of her appearance, Lelich, glare in full swing, walked towards the anime group. You shouldn't go around judging other people by their appearances, he said. In fact, I'd prefer it if you all just went and got lost. He removed one of his contacts and stared at them with his geese. Go home and put a sign on the door that there's a private meeting going on in here that no one is to disturb. Lelich commanded. Yes, Master Lelich. The geeks said in unison and began to shuffle out. Lelich was that warranted. Rangiku said. What did the head captain say about your geese? It's not like I did anything life-threatening. Lelich said, putting his lens back in. Ichigo didn't know what to make of the situation. So many thoughts swirled about his head that he couldn't focus at all. Rukia leapt from the windowsill and kicked Ichigo in the face. What the hell was that for? Ichigo said, fingers by his now bleeding nose. Right after he said that, Kyokako looped her arms underneath his shoulders, holding him in place, with a smug grin on her face as Rukia delivered a few more slaps to Ichigo's face. Hey! He barked. It's 'cause you're so pathetic. Rukia shouted and then put a skull-marked glove on and grabbed Ichigo's forehead and then dragged out his soul form through the window and out into the streets. Lelich merely sighed, fingers on his forehead. This is going to be a long mission, he said. Captain, you seem stressed. Is there anything I can do to help? Rangiku asked. Hold on, if anyone's going to help Lelich Dono relieve stress, it's going to be me, Susanna declared, getting in Rangiku's face. Oh really? Rangiku said with a sly smirk, hand underneath her chin. Lelich just growled. Kyokako pulled out a green tube from her pocket and flipped a tablet from within it through the air that landed in Lelich's palm. Here, she said as she handed Lelich a 200 milliliter bottle of water. She had given him an aspirin for the headache he was obviously starting to get from the aggravation. Thanks, Lelich said as he swallowed the pill. What the hell, Kyokako? Rangiku and Susanna both shouted at the Shiba clan deputy head. All right, Hisuna said, clapping, let's play nice, kids. Who are you calling a kid? We're practically the same biological age, Susanna shouted, leaning forward and throwing her arms down in front of her, palms facing the ceiling. Well, you know the old human saying, act your age not your shoe size, Kyokako said with a smug smile. You wanna go around tomboy? Susanna growled. Is that a challenge, Yagoth bitch? Kyokako said, getting in Susanna's face. Quiet the both of you, Kyan shouted. Everyone became silent. Shiba Fukutaiko losing his temper? Well, that's not something you see every day, Renji thought to himself. Lelich massaged his forehead with his fingers. Just how in the hell did I get roped up into this again? He wondered. Earlier that day, Lelich was sitting at his desk, just minding his own business when Rangiku burst in. Teiko, I need your help, she said, sort of whining her request. Lelich put down his writing utensil. What is it, Rangiku? Well, you know how Kyan, Hisuna, Susanna, and Kyokako were supposed to go to the world of the living. Well, Renji and I want to go too, but now Hisuna's saying I can't go and Renji and Rukia are arguing and... Lelich Danuga. Susanna burst in. Susanna began to plead her case to Lelich about the incident, and the situation basically escalated from there as Renji, Hisuna, Kyan, and Kyokako followed suit in that order, and everyone began bickering with each other and trying Lelich's patience. Enough! Lelich roared, fists shaking, patience tried. If no one can get along, I'll just come along to supervise. Present time. Starting to wish I hadn't said that. Lelich thought to himself. Friends or not, I just know I'm going to lose a few brain cells from this mission. We should probably head over to Ichigo's and wait for him. He and Rukia will probably swing by there when they're done and we can give him the details there. Kyan said, rubbing his head. You sure he'll be able to handle it? Kyokaku asked. Ichigo seemed like he was in a pretty big slump. If I know my sis well enough, she'll take care of it. Hisuna said, arms folded. Those two have a friendship that many others would be jealous to have. Yeah, they fight and bicker with each other, but it just shows how much they care. If I didn't know any better, I'd think Rukia's just happy to have someone to push around. I know what you mean. She got really excited, though she tried hard to hide it, when I told her her and me were being sent to help Ichigo. She's like a point on a linear graph that Ichigo constantly travels on. When he's ahead of her or with her, she gives him her full support like a true friend, but when he's behind her, she grabs him by the short hairs and tells him what to do and how to do it. She's the only one he lets push him around in ways that a teacher, like his sensei, can't, and longtime friends like that Arisawa chick won't. And of course when her points suck, he tells her what for without hesitation. There are points, buttons, and areas that only she knows how to reach in a way that none of his other friends can. Although, I guess the student learns from the master. Kyan said, bragging at that last statement. Oh, and you think you're the one who can reach all of Rukia's points? Hisuna inquired. I do. Kyan retorted. Let's get moving before this turns into another argument. Lelich said frustratingly. Sorry, sir. Kyan and Hisuna apologized. Although Hisuna and Lelich were of equal rank, Lelich was the highest ranked individual in the group with the most experience as a Soul Reaper. Kyan was the only member of the group that had been a Soul Reaper longer than Lelich, and only by about a decade or two. In respect for Lelich's 15 years of experience to her single month, Hisuna considered Lelich above her. Hey! Kigo suddenly threw the door open. Who's causing a commotion in here without? He saw the 7 individuals all gathered in a group, me present. His body became all twitchy and he began gawking at the sight of the 7 people in the room. Out of them all it was Renji with his tattoos, Susanna with her silver hair and red eyes, and Kyokaku's angry demeanor that sent a cold shiver through his spine. And just what the hell are you looking at, ya snot-nosed punk? Kyokaku glared at him. Well, you're a man. Her eyes narrowed and she grabbed Kigo by his tie. Speak up. Sis, calm down. Kyan said with a sigh. He's obviously one of the lesser intelligent members of the species. Hey, who are you calling lesser intelligent? Kigo shouted, peering around Kyokaku. I mean, yeah, my grades suck, but you don't have to rub it in. I told you all, this was a bad idea. Hisuna said in sing-song, shaking her head with her arms bent and palms facing up at an angle, wrists bent. But no, you said, Rangiku. She glared at the blonde momentarily. It'll be fun, you said, Rangiku. Hisuna glared. It is fun. Rangiku defended, putting her hands on her hips. It's like reliving the academy days only in the modern world. You just like it because the uniform is so tight it shows off your assets. Renji grumbled. Can we please stop breaking into an argument every 5 minutes? Lelich asked again, losing his patience one more time. Upon hearing her assets mentioned, Kigo began staring at Rangiku's cleavage. Maybe you should let me check those shirt buttons for you. He leapt at the gorgeous blonde with the same kind of perversion a certain mod soul would only for Rangiku, without even turning to look at him, to drive her knuckles into his face with an off-handed punch. Lelich sighed. And with that, let's get going before I get mobbed. Lelich said, stepping outside the door. Of course, as he did so, a bunch of female students saw him and began fawning in typical "I just saw a hot guy, let's mob him" fashion and began to tear down the hall after Lelich. Oh great. Lelich thought and began to make a break for it. Kyokaku. Hisuna. Crowd control. He called out. The called upon women formed a barricade in front of the oncoming students in judo poses, prepared to take on anyone stupid enough to try and get by. Kyokaku, of course, was much more intimidating than Hisuna. With the student body at bay, Lelich and the others went to Ichigo's house. Hisuna and Kyokaku eventually followed suit. Kurosaka Clinic. Rukia and Ichigo arrived in Ichigo's bedroom shortly, followed by Rukia kicking Kon in the face for trying to grab her chest and stomping him on the ground. "Same old Kon, I see," she said. "Only one person would stomp me without hesitation after we hadn't seen each other for a whole summer," Kon said, face down on the ground. "It must be Nei-san. I'm so happy I could cry." "Rukia, quit fooling around with," Ichigo said as he shut the door, "and just get in here already." "Okay," Rukia said nonchalantly and then looked around the room. "Same old tiny bedroom of yours, I see. Why do you have to call it tiny? It's no fair comparing it to where you live." "You're right," Rukia said mockingly, "I'm sorry, it just slipped out." "Yeah, right." Ichigo rolled his eyes only to notice that Rukia was sitting on his bed. "Hey! Don't sit on my bed. You sure are grumpy today," Rukia said. "Shut up," Ichigo retorted. "And I don't care what you think. You can sit on the floor." "Oh, I can't believe how stingy you are," Rukia replied in a mock fashion. The two continued their little innocent charade, though it didn't sound so innocent out of context to Ichigo's dad and sister, Yuzua. When Ichigo heard their voices from outside, he pardoned himself from Rukia and flung the door wide open. "What the hell?" he shouted at his dad and sister. "Do you ever shut up? I told you he was gonna be mad," Yuzua said to her father. "We're sorry, Ichigo." His dad apologized. Ichigo slammed the door. "I can't believe how nosy my sister is, and my father is even worse. Your family is good for a laugh, as usual." Rukia chuckled. "Shut up," Ichigo said, emphasizing both words. "Just tell me about the Aaron car. I don't know too much about them. I barely even know what they are, let alone what they're after. Hey, if you want to know about the Aaron car, let us tell you." A voice called out. Ichigo's head picked up. "Kion! Kion, where are you?" "Up here." Ichigo's light was pushed out of its fixture and Renji, Rangiku, Hisuna, Kion, Kyokaku, and Susanna appeared from it like bats hanging from a tree branch. "What the hell are you guys doing in my ceiling?" Ichigo shouted, freaked out. "Oh, you know," Kyokaku said, jumping down. "Secret base stuff and all that." "Oh haha, very funny." "Not," Ichigo said. His closet door opened. "I told you the closet would be better," Lelich said, revealing himself to be inside. "What are you doing in my closet?" Ichigo asked. Lelich stood up and walked over by the others who were forming into Ichigo's bedroom. "Because there wasn't enough room in your ceiling." "That's not the answer I was looking for," Ichigo growled. "Oh come on, lighten up," Rangiku said, "life's too short not enjoy some surprises and good old fun every once in a while." Her voice alerted Kon, who was lying on the ground. He looked up and saw her chest trying to burst out of her shirt. "Your buttons are too tight, let me adjust them please." He leapt at Rangiku only to get straight-armed in the face. "Geez, what's that the second time today?" Lelich asked, looking at the knocked-out Kon. "Has that thing lost its mind?" Renji asked Ichigo. "No." Ichigo returned, grumbling at Kon's misbehavior. "He's always like that. He's a mod soul, isn't he?" Lelich noted. "Yeah, and a defective one at that," Ichigo stated. "Who the hell are you calling defective?" Kon growled. "Shut up, factory reject," Kyokaku said plainly and stomped on Kon. "There, that should keep him quiet," she said, shoe firmly planted on Kon's head, pressing him into the ground. "Let's continue with the goal we set out, shall we?" "So, Ichigo, just how much do you know about the Aaron car?" Kion asked, taking a seat next to Rukia. Kyokaku stood where she was. Ichigo sat in his desk chair. Rangiku knelt down on the floor. Hisuna sat on Rukia's other side. Renji sat behind the trio, back to the wall. Lelich stood at the foot of Ichigo's bed, back to the wall, and Susanna was knelt down on the ground next to Kyokaku. "Not much. I've run into 3 in total, and the first one said they were hollows interested in obtaining Soul Reaper powers," Ichigo said. Well, you've got the gist of it, but allow me to explain the rest. Kyan said. Rukia, if you will. The short Soul Reaper took out her notebook and showed representative pictures while Kyan explained things to Ichigo. Arrancar were originally hollows that have removed parts of their masks and have gained the powers of both hollows and Soul Reapers. Until recently they were few and imperfect, though some had quite a lot of power. Aizen developed quite a bunch of them on his own, so the research we found would indicate. Talbumasuk probably picked up where he left off and is continuing his research in Aizen's stead. A lot of important documents were missing from Aizen's files. We can only guess that Talbumasuk took them at some point to Hueco Mundo before he and Aizen defected. Because of that, more incomplete Arrancar are popping up. To test them out, Talbumasuk has been sending them to outposts across the galaxy. We've lost 500 units in the last month, some were seated officers and collateral damage has been high as well. We pegged Talbumasuk as possibly being inept and inadequate to lead the Arrancar, or even pose a threat, but we've started to realize that the situation may even be worse than if Aizen was the one in charge. Wait, what do you mean worse? Ichigo asked, sitting up. Rukia flipped the page to show a crude drawing of what was supposed to be Talbumasuk and Aizen in a split diagram, Aizen on the left, Talbumasuk on the right. Aizen was drawn as being crafty and backhanded, noted by Rukia's interpretation of Kyoka Suijutsu to get Aizen to make his opponents kill each other. Talbumasuk, however, was shown to be less tactful than Aizen, but much more skilled in combat. This was noted by a bunch of Soul Reapers swarming him in an ambush and Talbumasuk standing atop them in a defeated pile, which Rukia had written as Mount Tall. As you can see, Aizen was a crafty and manipulative bastard. Kyoka Suijutsu let him use underhanded tactics and dastardly plans to confuse us and make us screw each other over. He also had his own strength that he demonstrated when he ripped his replacement, Hichuga Yatashiro, and also brought down Lelouch in combat, which you witnessed. Talbumasuk on the other hand doesn't have the brilliant tactful mind of Aizen, but research on him would suggest he doesn't need it. Even if we were to ambush him, he'd probably just kill everyone who attacked him flat out. He's that powerful, or so reports would indicate. You with me so far? Kyan asked. Yeah, but it'd be easier to understand without the crappy drawings. Ichigo stated. Rukia chucked her sketch pad at Ichigo in anger, which fell to the ground after it hit him in the face. She calmed down shortly afterward and sat down calmly. Anyway, as I was saying, we were going to wait and see what was going on with the Arrancar development, and also thought perhaps Talbumasuk might be an enemy very easy to take down. Turns out this hasn't gotten easier. In fact, it might have gotten harder. If we were dealing with Aizen still, with Captain Tsun on our side, his blindness would give us an advantage against Kyoka Suijutsu, but Talbumasuk's Zanpakuto not only can manipulate time, we also have no idea what his Bankai is capable of. Kyan said. Just how do you guys know he has Bankai? Ichigo asked. Simple, he took out So iPhone, didn't he? Lelouch said from the wall. Ichigo looked at him. A battle between Soul Reapers is a battle of Ryutsu. So iPhone is captain class all on her own. If he could take her out and your friends like he did on Sokioka Hill, same with Hisuna, we have a problem. And we all know who to blame. Renji said, jokingly. Shut your mouth. Lelouch snapped back. You're lucky we only have one monster to deal with instead of two. Lelouch took a deep breath and then nodded to Kyan to let him know to continue. Anyway, like I was saying, Talbumasuk is not only more dangerous than we originally believed, but it seems he's also carrying out Aizen's plans in the man's stead. So a team sent to reinforce Karakura town as was going to be the original order sent out anyway when Aizen began to target you. That's us. Kyan pointed to Heimelf. Who made the selections? Ichigo asked. Lelouch wanted to, but ultimately decided to let Yamamoto decide what was best for the Soul Society as a whole. Kyan stated. With the Central 46 wiped out, final decision-making power belongs to the head captain. I should be the one making tactical choices though. Lelouch spoke up. Give it a rest, Lelouch, Hisuna told him. The head captain told you that while he respects your tactical prowess as an individual, that if he wanted your input he'd ask for it directly. Trust him to know what he's doing. I know, but still. Lelouch looked to the side. Anyway, Kyan continued, Rukia was sent because she knows you best. Not true, Rukia protested, I was chosen because of my abilities. Hisuna and I are closer to Rukia than most, so we were chosen. Kayan continued. Then, both of us were asked who we trusted to fight by our side outside the captain class. I chose Kyokaku and Hisuna asked Susanna to come with her. Of course that would have been fine, but things got out of hand. Lelouch snorted at this, remembering just how out of hand things got. The next thing I know Renji started saying he wanted to come, and when Rangeka heard about she said it sounded interesting. Of course Rukia and Renji started having a fight on our way here, and Rangeka started getting on Hisuna's nerves and we almost left without them, so Lelouch had to come along just to supervise us all. Kayan took a breath. And here we are. Is this a mission or a picnic? Ichigo asked himself. Whatever the case, Lelouch said, leaned up against Ichigo's wall, Aizen was, and Talbumasuk is now by extension, interested in you. We can't have that without doing something about it. Not to mention that the head captain wanted extra reinforcements here considering what happened to 500 of our outposts. And Kayan, you forgot a few details. Details? Kayan asked, blinking. Lelouch walked into the center of the room and then over to Ichigo's desk, whereupon he leaned up against it. It's true that Arrancar are born through hollows that have lost parts of their mask, but simply taking parts of a mask of a run-of-the-mill hollow wouldn't result in anything particularly dangerous. Anyone who was serious about declaring war on the Soul Society would need something powerful. In other words, Minos level, and above. Above a Minos? Ichigo questioned. Are you trying to tell me that there are hollows out there that are even stronger than a Minos? Ah, I suppose you wouldn't know that part. Lelouch said and pushed up off the desk and stood with his hands behind his back. To clarify, there are 3 levels of creatures under the classification of Minos. The first is called the Jillian. They are the lowest class. There are many of them. Their main characteristic is that they all look relatively the same, long black bodies, with penguin-like faces. The Minos that you banished from this world was a Jillian. They are considered giant foot soldiers. Ichigo became panicked. That was a foot soldier. Lelouch nodded and continued. They're big but they're slow and their intelligence is only slightly more than a wild animal. It's hardly any trouble at all for a captain such as Hisuna or myself to subdue and purify one of them. Even for lower-ranked officers it's not that difficult if proper coordination can be handled. I myself, when I first started out, helped dispatch a pack of Minos. An entire pack of them. Ichigo was starting to become very scared as his knowledge of the supernatural began to shock him with how very little he knew and how very insignificant he was. What are you trying to do? Scare the poor kid? Renji asked. A little bit of a reality check is good for the overly arrogant. Lelouch said coldly. Moving forward though, for those Gillen that don't have those faces, they are Minos with particularly strong wills. These are beings capable of evolving into the next level of Minos, Ajichas. And here's something else I should point out, Minos and Hollows alike evolve not just by eating the souls of humans, soul reapers, and souls, but also by eating each other. Cannibalism is a trait of their species. What? Ichigo was shocked to hear this. Continuing, Lelouch went on, an Ajichas is the second class of Minos. There are fewer of them, perhaps about 1 for every 20 Jillian, perhaps less, perhaps more. We don't know for certain. Many don't venture beyond Hueco Mundo. They are highly intelligent and much better fighters. They also are capable of directing Gillans like the foot soldiers that they are. As if that weren't bad enough, there is one more class, the Vastolords. They are equal to humans in size, or there are very few in number, only a handful of them exist at any given time. To make matters worse, their combat capabilities can vary from between on par or high above that of the Soul Reaper captains. You gotta be kidding me. Ichigo shouted. I wish I were. Lelouch said with a serious look. I lost my very first captain to a Vastolords. If Talbumasuk collects even 50% of the Vastolords under his command, we might as well start waving a white flag. But we won't, cause we're stubborn like that. Kyokaku said. I hear that. Renji said with a grin. Hueco Mundo. Ulquiorra and Yami calmly walked into the assembly hall of the Arrancar. The Espada, and many other Arrancar were there as well as Tal Bumasuk himself to welcome them back. "We have returned, a Tremere-sama," Ulquiorra announced. "And I caught a frisbee," Yami added. Ulquiorra resisted the urge to inflict more brain damage upon his large companion. "How nice," Tal Bumasuk said, almost feeding Yami's ego. He then looked directly at Ulquiorra and much more seriously. "So, what did you accomplish, Ulquiorra? Show us." "Yes sir," Ulquiorra said. He unhinged his eye and crushed it, allowing the memories and visions to flow into the minds of the other Arrancar as well as Tal Bumasuk. "I see," the black-haired defector said when he had processed the events, "how interesting. I see though that you decided not to kill the primary target. Your orders were for us to engage and disable those who would pose a threat in Karakara town, to test the current limits of our enemies. In truth they are nowhere near the danger threat that the Soul Society's reinforcements will possess. They are no danger to you, and with the 500 outposts we eliminated that are closest to Karakara town across the galaxy, there will not be any major reinforcements able to be sent sometime soon that aren't coming directly from the Soul Society," Ulquiorra stated. "You're soft," an angry voice shouted. Tal Bumasuk, Ulquiorra, Yami and the rest of the Arrancar looked to where a blue-haired Arrancar, with mask fragments made to resemble his left jawbone, complete with teeth, sat. "If it had been me, I would have killed them all in a single strike." "Grimjo," Ulquiorra called the Arrancar by name. "What the hell were you thinking? If terminate him was part of the order then obviously you and that oaf should have killed him, right?" "Right," Grimjo antagonized. "And I agree." A nearby Arrancar that looked like he had a toilet seat stuck to his head, going by the name of Shalong Qifeng, said. "The boy stood up to you. I say you should have killed him, be he worthy or not. And look at you Yami," Grimjo continued, "you're a mess. You guys come back and say he wasn't worth killing, but it looks to me like you guys couldn't kill him." "Grimjo, I know what you saw, it was clear. That blonde smiling guy and the short chick with the braids beat me up, not the kid," Yami said. "Did he forget who it was that sliced off his arm?" Ulquiorra thought to himself. "That is so pathetic. A guy with an overbite and a female beat you up." Grimjo shouted. "Pathetic huh?" Yami said, getting angry and rising to his feet. Ulquiorra walked forward and placed a hand up by Yami's hollow hole. "Enough," he said. "Grimjo, you must understand. That boy is not a threat at this point in time." "Huh?" Grimjo was confused. Aizen-sama was interested in the boy's growth rate. A Tremere-sama is interested not only in the boy's growth rate and potential, but I believe that if he doesn't self-destruct he could prove as a useful pawn to a plan a Tremere-sama is willing to use of Aizen-sama's. Ulquiorra stated. "That's why I let him live. I still maintain that you're soft." Grimjo raged. "How can you be sure that he won't become stronger than you predict or will act out of what you believe he'll do?" "What then?" "Then we kill him," Tal Bumasuk stated. Grimjo said and looked over to Tal Bumasuk. "However, since you seem so eager to fight, perhaps you'd like a chance to test his power for yourself, Grimjo." "No, perhaps I should say, maybe you'd like to test the abilities of Head Captain Yamamoto's hand-picked reinforcements," Tal Bumasuk stated. "You bet your ass I'd like a freaking crack at him," Grimjo shouted. "Then why not?" Tal Bumasuk said. Baragan squinted and looked towards Tal Bumasuk's direction at hearing this. "Take your fractions and mount an assault on the world of the living, see how you fare. In fact, I'll help you a bit." "Yami," Tal Bumasuk called to him, earning the Espada to look in his direction, "go down to the medical station and get your arm reattached. Have some of Sale's patented energy boosters while you're at it. You're going back out into battle," Tal Bumasuk stated. "All right. Tengo bueno suerte," Yami shouted. "A Tremere-sama," a very relaxed and sexy feminine voice called out. From the shadows, an Arrancar with long blue hair, part of it covering her right eye, which hid her mask fragments that took the shape of a cave painting of a sun over her eye. Her uniform was open to show a slight amount of cleavage of her C-cup breasts. She carried a no-daichi with a navy blue handle at her left hip inside a deep purple scabbard. Her uniform had detached sleeves, showing off her shoulder skin. The sleeves went all the way to her fingers and terminated into attached fingerless gloves. She wore tight-fitting leather leggings that terminated down by her sandals and socks. She had blue eyes and was rather thin, much like Ulquiorra. Her skin tone was vibrant, like Grimjo's. Her hollow hole was just underneath her bust. "Please allow me to go as well." Talbumasuk smirked. "While I don't dislike your enthusiasm, Mia, why the sudden interest in the conflict?" Talbumasuk wanted to know. Mia preferred to be in Las Noches unless ordered to. She had power over the lesser Arancars that she used to attract them. Her talents included seduction, swordsmanship mastery, speed, and hand-to-hand expertise. She was one of the more stable Arancars that had been created. "The girl, Kukaki Rukia, she will join the reinforcements, yes?" Mia asked. "I do believe she will, yes." Talbumasuk answered. A very eerie and dastardly smile crossed over Mia's face. She laughed in a way that would make Ichigo's inner hollow a more preferable noise to hear in terms of sheer creepiness. "Then I know who will be sure to follow. And that is why I wish to go. My primary target is sure to be in the fray." "Then go. Have a pleasant time," Talbumasuk said. "Please allow me to join the fight as well, sir." A much more childish and seriously toned feminine voice called out. From the shadows an Arankar with sea-green hair and a tribal mark along her nose stepped out. She had tan eyes, mask fragments on top of her head vaguely resembling a goat, and she wore a stripped Arankar uniform with a sword with a light blue handle and a green scabbard with a four-pointed star pattern sheath at her left side. She had a much bigger bust than Mia and was one of the more powerful Arankar. Letting Grimjo lead the charge might prove to be a foolish move. Someone has to make sure he doesn't get everyone killed. "Neliel," Talbumasuk said with a grin, "you always look out for the others, but that's why you are one of my elite. Go, lead the charge, keep the casualties to a minimum." Nell crossed her arm over her chest and put the side of her fist against her bosom. "Sir, I will not let you down." She saluted. "I should certainly hope not," Talbumasuk said. "You will strike at night and stir the enemy when they are at their most relaxed. Now then, you are all dismissed." The Espada and Arankar filed out and Grimjo had a few choice words for Neliel. "I don't need to babit, you know," he said. "I'm not doing this just for you," Neliel responded. "We must keep damage minimum. This charge was your idea, I'd hate for it to go wrong." Grimjo spit on the ground. "That is so like you. When this war is over there won't be very many of us left, you know. Whether we win or lose, I'd like for you to be there when it ends," Neliel said to him. "Whatever." Grimjo turned around. "Don't you have some friends waiting for you that you should be telling that you'll be leaving?" "Ah, you're right," Neliel realized, "Pesha, Dondakaka." She ran down the hall in the other direction. Grimjo just sighed and trudged off to prepare for tonight. Kurosaka Clinic. Renji was fumbling with his hand down Khan's throat trying to get the pill out of the stuffed animal. "Huh?" Rangiku asked, looking at his actions. "You sure it's a good idea to just stick it in bare like that?" "Only if you don't have a glove," Renji said. "You know you're lucky we all know what's really going on. That sounds really bad out of context," Hisuna commented. "Since when do you have your mind in the gutter?" Kayan asked her. "Shut up," she snapped. Renji got out Khan's pill. "Mission accomplished. Here it is." "Ugh, that is totally disgusting," Rangiku responded. She picked up Khan's empty plush body. "You got the soul out without too much trouble. It's certainly constructed simply, or should I say shoddily. Hey. That's the R&D department for you, always unique," Rangiku said. "I said hey." Ichigo repeated. "What do you want?" Renji asked, taking Khan from Rangiku and putting his pill back in his stuffed body. "Any ideas when you guys are gonna leave?" Ichigo asked. "What are you talking about, Ichigo? We're not gonna go home," Renji stated. "We're staying here till our battle with the Arankars is finished. No one leaves till then." "What? You'll be staying? But where the hell do you plan on sleeping? Ichigo asked. Let me make this perfectly clear. We don't have enough room for you all to stay here. Ranjika whined and then said real cutesy like, you don't mean me do you? She blinked innocently a few times. Yee. What the hell? Ichigo recoiled. No way. You gotta be kidding me. He got defensive. You're the last person I'd let stay here. What makes you think I would in the first place? Ranjika looked down and started undoing one of the buttons on her shirt. Lelouch, Renji, and Kaien looked at her with growing curiosity. Yeah. What do you think you're doing? You can't change my mind by undoing a button. Ichigo shouted, blushing. Ranjika looked at Ichigo and decided to try another tactic. She grabbed the folds of her skirt and began to lift up her skirt bit by bit. Not even if you lift your skirt a little. Ichigo covered his eyes. Damn it. I will not give in to temptation. A man like me doesn't give in to temptation. Really? Rukia asked in disbelief. Then why are you peeking through your fingers? In the end Lelouch signaled everyone outside and they left one by one through Ichigo's window and assembled outside. Well then, I'll just be Urium's guest and stay in her bed. Ranjika declared. Khan perked up. What do you mean? Did you already get her permission? Ichigo asked. There isn't any rush. She's the kind of girl that doesn't know how to say no. Ranjika smiled with a wink. There are so many different ways I could take that. Lelouch chuckled to himself. Lelouch. Iin Tamashi chastised. Ranjika and Urium will be staying in the same room. Khan's mind short-circuited. He leapt at Ranjika. Oh please, let me be a mascot in your forbidden flower garden. Ranjika slammed him onto the ground. Captain, you should join us. Ranjika said. Lelouch found the idea of staying with two very attractive women very tempting indeed, but business before pleasure as they say. Sorry, I already have business and reservations elsewhere. He said. What? Did you book a hotel or something? Kaien asked. Considering this is Lelouch Teiko we're talking about I wouldn't be surprised. Renji said in response. Something like that. Lelouch said and looked at his watch. Sorry to run, but I need to get going. He headed off down the street. I'll join you. Susanna said, sidling up along Ranjika. I don't think I'll find anywhere on my own. Yay. Sleep over. Ranjika grabbed Susanna by the arm and dashed down the street with her. I suppose I'll head on over to Kisuke's. Kaien rubbed the back of his neck. There are a couple things I want to discuss with him since Lelouch seems to be going off the radar except for a crisis. He began to walk away and looked over his shoulder. You coming, Renji? Huh? Yeah, I'm right behind. The newly appointed vice captain followed suit. I should be heading out too. Yuriuki said I could crash with her and so I phone till this all blows over. Kyukaku stated and began to walk away. Bye, Kaien Dano. Kyukaku-sama. Rukia waved. You two be careful. Hisuna added, also waving. And? What do you two plan to do? Ichigo asked with a sideways glance. Hisuna and Rukia exchanged glances and then headed for Ichigo's front door. Hey. What the hell? I didn't say you two could stay here. My family has already seen Rukia. What the hell do you two think you're doing? Unbeknownst to Ichigo, Rukia, Hisuna and his dad were well acquainted with one another. Of course, to keep that knowledge to a minimum they would pretend not to know each other for the sake of Ichigo's sisters. Hisuna made up a sob story, which Rukia backed up, about the two of them having abusive parents and escaping with nothing but the clothes on their backs and absolutely no money. It was very effective on the easily emotionalized Asahine as well as Ichigo's younger twin sister, Yuzo. Please let them stay here, please Dad. Yuzo begged. You got it Yuzo, in the corner of my heart I thought the same thing. You two can stay here as long as you'd like, poor girls. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Hisuna gave him a thumbs up and a wink. You're lucky my dad's an idiot, Yuzo's a sucker for drama and Karen's upstairs. That would have never worked otherwise. Ichigo said. Masaki. Ishine went over to the large poster of Ichigo's mom. We now have 4 daughters. Then again. Ichigo said with a sigh. Karakura Town, city limits. Lelouch stepped up to an abandoned warehouse. Despite their desire to hide it, he could sense several large riotsus concealed within it. Even if that were not the case, Urahara had given him the 411 on the location of those within. He entered the building casually, hands in his coat pockets. He found his destined party all eating lunch together out in the open. He had found them, the banished Soul Reapers from 101 years ago. Shinji looked over his shoulder and was the first to notice Lelouch. Well, look who it is. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Shinji got up and waltzed over towards Lelouch. What's it been, Lelouch? A century? A century, a year and a few months, but no reason to get specific. Lelouch said. Nice haircut, by the way. Oh, you like it? Thanks. Shinji rubbed his head. Yeah, I tried better to fit in. Don't know how well it's been working though. What the hell? An angry voice shouted as an irate Hiyori went sailing through the air towards Lelouch. To Shinji's utter amazement, Lelouch took a step back and at an angle and completely dodged Hiyori's assault. Nice to see you too, Hiyori. Lelouch said with a straight face. Sorry for not saying hello sooner. Since when did you get so perceptive? Shinji asked and then closed his eyes. Wait, is it just me or are you emitting Captain Class Riotsu? Lelouch held up a Jikengan device and popped the soul into his mouth, emerging in soul form, complete with 10th Division Hiyori. Lelouch's Jikengan was personally designed by him. He made the personality design choices himself. His Jikengan, to which he called Ryo, was destined to be quiet and out of the way. Basically Ryo was Lelouch without the scheming. Go sit in the corner, Ryo. Your master has some business to discuss. Ryo simply nodded and did as he was told. So 10th I can tell by the inside of the Hiyori. So you decided to take after good old Mari, eh? Good for you. Shinji praised. As much as I'd enjoy a friendly conversation, there are things I need to bring to your attention that Urahara may or may not have told you. Lelouch said. If you're going to tell us about how Aizen's dead and that you got him to commit suicide using a special power called Geese Save Your Breath, Shinji rubbed the back of his head. I heard it from Kisuke already, but you know what? Shinji put his arm around Lelouch. I'm sort of glad we had a chance to bond a little way back when. Times like this shows it was worth it. The blonde visored beamed. I mean, Aizen had the whole CRITI under his thumb, as far as I know, the entire time we've been here. You should give yourself a pat on the back for your accomplishment. Hey, hold up. This is news. Lisa said. You tell us about your failed attempts to recruit Ichigo, but information like this you keep to yourself. What the hell, Shinji? Don't get your panties in a bunch. Lelouch, explain. Shinji pushed the captain forward. Lelouch sighed and told the rest of the Vizards what was going on. But then where does this leave us? If Aizen is dead, doesn't that make recruiting Ichigo pointless? Hachigen asked. Not exactly, as I explained, Talbumasuk isn't a pushover. Ichigo still needs to control his inner hollow if we're going to be in top form. If he doesn't accept what he is, he may just wind up trying to kill us all. Lelouch responded. Still, the Atramirs, man. Shinji said, scratching the top of his head. Always figured they'd prove to be trouble. I never did like Retin all that much back in the day. Still, it sounds like you did a pretty good job with Aizen. Why are you worrying about Talbumasuk? Just lure him like you did Aizen and problem solved. Kensei shrugged off. Now that my geese has been used where everyone can see it, while Talbumasuk may not understand how it works, I think he'll soon realize that I need eye contact for it to work. He's not a fool. He's been taught by one of the most brilliant minds in Soul Society how to play the ultimate game. I won't be surprised if he takes measures to prevent me from using it on him, like developing contacts similar to mine. I found some interesting data in his records. His Zanpakuto is called Jikenkami. It was listed as only being able to manipulate time on objects like drying up a riverbed, disintegrating a building, turning projectiles into dust or turning fire back into harmless oxygen. Such a power was proven to be ineffective against souls, but reports indicate that he's now capable of stopping time, slowing down others and speeding himself up. And of course his Bankai is a complete enigma. Lelich stated. How do you even know he has one? Rose wanted to know. Simple, as I explained to Ichigo, don't down the former executive militia commander so easily without being captain class. If it wasn't for the fact that my mere existence has become an igniter to his temper, I probably would have met the same fate as Ichigo's Nakama, and Aizen would still be alive and kicking. Lelich responded. There was a long pause of no one saying anything. The Vizards were all taking in Lelich's information and Lelich was preparing his next point. Lelich was the first to speak. Ichigo is still a useful pawn. If Talbumasuk is going to be brought down, we can't have our biggest variable unable to beat a couple of minions. But Baritan turned us down. Mashiro commented. No problem. Lelich said and looked at Shinji. Leave Ichigo's recruitment to me. Or, if you prefer, we can devise a plan together. Can't you just compel Ichigo to join us with your little mind trick? Shinji asked. Can't. I already used my geese on him once before. It only works on a given person once. Lelich stated. That's limited. Shinji complained. Alright, let's you and me work on a plan to get Ichigo to quit being such a dumbass and realize this is the only proper solution then. Sounds good to me. Lelich stated with a grin. While the Vizards and Lelich devised a plan together, night fell over Karakura town. A Garganta opened wide and Grimjo emerged. An hour later he was met up by his Fractions, plus Nell, Yami and Mia. You're here early. Nell said, looking at the Aaron car as he sat on the rooftop while the rest of them stood on air. No, you're late. Talbumasuk said to attack at night. The sun went down a half an hour ago. Grimjo said. My someone's impulsive. Mia chuckled. Like you're one to talk. Grimjo barked back. Yami, who had recovered in a matter of hours thanks to sales technology and even stored up a little extra energy so that now he was about 3 feet taller than he'd initially been, spoke up, so, when do we get to take our hands to the heads of those flesh creatures and crush their heads like grapes? Grapes. He said. In a minute. Nell said. First let us take a moment to seek out our targets. She and the others took note of every individual with Ryotsu in the entire town. Everyone take a target. Remember that we are here to engage the enemy, not to kill. If you feel yourselves being overpowered, retreat. Fuck that. Grimjo said with a large grin. Attack anyone you see. Kill them all. I like the way this guy thinks. Yami said pointing at Grimjo. Nell sighed. You're all beasts. Do what you will, just try not to get yourselves killed. She disappeared via Sonido. All right, listen up. Grimjo shouted. Show the enemy no mercy. If they can see you, kill them. If they can attack you, kill them. If they show even a glimmer of Ryotsu, kill them. What if they offer you a banana split? Yami asked. Everyone looked at Yami like he was nuts. Grimjo just sighed and said. You take the ice cream and you kill them. He said. Yay. Yami went off. Grimjo sighed again. If any of you find Yami within an inch of his life, finish him off. Yes sir. Grimjo's Fraxion saluted. Now, let's go. Grimjo shouted. To be continued. Chapter 54, Mia vs Kyan, a formidable enemy appears. Third-person POV. A few hours ago. At Orium's apartment, Rangiku and Susanna had been welcomed inside graciously and Rangiku had started up a bath and taken a soak. Susanna began hooking up a large projector screen that Lelich had asked her Rangiku to bring. While Susanna considered Rangiku competition, she also considered her a friend and she also knew that she and Rangiku were two of the most important women to Lelich, so if she stayed with Rangiku she figured she'd see him more often. While she worked, Rangiku asked Orium why she seemed so down. What? Me? Down? I'm fine. Really? Orium defended. You'd better tell me or I'll have to punish you. Rangiku said, one eye open. Orium laughed nervously. Sitting on the ground, back to the wall next to the bathroom door, Orium looked forward towards the other end of the kitchen. Kukaki-san is really something. Orium curled her toes. She managed to snap Ichigo right out of his funk. He'd been feeling down for a while, but she got him going again. Tatsuki-chan is the same way I saw them earlier today. She didn't get him to snap out of it as well as Kukaki-san did, but he seemed to feel better after she spoke to him. Orium began massaging one foot with the other. I guess I'm really terrible at this sort of thing. All I wanted was for Kurosaki-kun to cheer up, or at least, that's what I thought. But in truth I couldn't do anything to help Kurosaki-kun at all and Orium started to cry, tears staining her pants, and I just feel jealous. I wish I didn't. Tatsuki-chan and Kukaki-san are so amazing. They lifted Ichigo's spirits and have a special chemistry with him. I shouldn't be like this. Kukaki-san and Tatsuki-chan are my friends, so I don't understand why I have to feel like this. Orium buried her head into her knees. I'm not like this at school, but when I come home and I'm alone, I fall apart and I'm a mess. Just listen to me, how lame, I'm being a total witch. Moments later Rangiku stepped out of the bathroom and, to get Orium to stop crying, subject her to a tickle torture, which ended with Rangiku, nude and wet, hovering over Orium. You're such a fool. It's essential to be who you are. That goes for Tatsuki and Rukia too. Ichigo is still a kid that hasn't learned to stand up by himself, that's why he needs you, Rukia and Tatsuki to help him. What's wrong with being jealous? You're trying your best to come to terms with some very powerful emotions. Rangiku stopped and picked her head up when she saw Susanna in the doorway. Oh, hi Susanna. Didn't know you swung that way Rangiku. Susanna said, swinging her hips to one side and folding her arms with a smug grin on her face. And no. Orium said, smiling, tilting her head up to look at Susanna, our Rangiku-san was just helping me with a psychological problem. She tickled me and I bumped my head and, haha. Orium laughed. Susanna said. Following that her stomach growled. Rangiku chuckled as she stood up. If I didn't know any better, I'd almost think we were under attack. Well, it's been a while since I've eaten. Susanna said, covering her stomach. I'll fix us something to eat then. Orium declared. She cooked while Rangiku put some fresh clothes on and Susanna, sweating from having put the projector together, took a soak of her own. After bathing she changed into a bright yellow t-shirt and dusty yellow pants. She was rather fond of the color. Orium brought out an assortment of rather bizarre foods, corn salad with chocolate sauce and red bean paste. Freshly peeled shrimp dipped in a cream spinach sauce with ranch dressing and wasabi, and she also prepared tomato soup with honey, pineapple, lemon, and tuna. Susanna wasn't sure what to make of what was in front of her. She didn't want to be an ungrateful guest, but for some strange reason the food in front of her looked very appetizing. She ate more than Rangiku and Orium, surprising the former because Susanna normally wasn't that much of a big eater. Wow, you weren't kidding when you said you were hungry. Orium said. Susanna laughed nervously. Urahara Shoten. At this same time Kyan and Renji were setting up space and guest rooms at Urahara's place. Beyond this, Kyan had gone out back to get some exercise and practice his hand-to-hand combat. Renji certainly couldn't fault his senpai for his dedication. As the newly appointed vice-captain sat in his room, he contemplated challenging Kyan to a duel. He was now the vice-captain's rank and he had Bankai, so he had to be stronger than him. He had to prove himself to Kyan and Hisuna both. They had both taken Rukia far away from him. She felt so distant now, heck, she practically argued with him for wanting to come along. Renji had contemplated sharing his feelings towards Rukia with his sensei, Lelouch, but believed that Lelouch had enough on his plate already, so it wasn't worth bothering him with his problems. Across the street and down a few blocks the doorbell rang to apartment 213. So iPhone answered the door to see Kyokaku. Hey there. Kyokaku waved with a grin. What's up? Kyokaku-sama. So iPhone bowed to the noble, and stepped to the side and gestured Kyokaku to enter. Please come in. So iPhone was very respectful of nobility as she had been trained to do. Kyokaka was one of Yoriyuki's best friends, so she was more than willing to show the kind of respect she believed the noblewoman deserved. Yoriyuki-sama. Kyokaka-sama is here. So iPhone called into the apartment as Kyokaka walked in. Yoriyuki stepped out from the hallway and saw Kyokaka standing a few steps into the apartment. Kyokaku, you made it. She beamed. The two women clasped hands and exchanged an embrace that was rather boyish, but then again Kyokaku and Yoriyuki were not only very informal with each other, but also as girly as Tatsuki, which is to say not very at all. Thanks for letting me stay here. Kyokaku said and scratched her head. Who knows where I would have wound up if you hadn't said it was okay for me to stay here. Hey, it's no problem, you've been a great help to me and me this last century, it's high time I started working to pay you back. Yoriyuki said. Kyokaku smiled. She put her hands on her hips and looked around the apartment. So it's just the two of you here? Yoriyuki nodded. Yosh. Although it's mostly like I'm just a guest in her house. So iPhone insists on paying everything, isn't that right B? Yoriyuki asked her. She had long since dropped the little adjective to her nickname for So iPhone ever since the two had become more than just good friends. What? Come on, So iPhone. Kyokaku said, rubbing her head. Don't you think you're overworking yourself by doing that? And no, not at all. So iPhone defended. I want Yoriyuki-sama to live comfortably, so she shouldn't have to worry about anything and just do what she pleases. It's my job and my pleasure to serve her. Kyokaku sighed. Geez, all you're missing is a maid outfit then with that kind of logic. What? So iPhone could not believe Kyokaku just compared So iPhone to a maid. She may have paid all the expenses, but both she and Yoriyuki helped keep the place clean. Oh come on Kyokaku, the maintenance isn't that one-sided. Yoriyuki said and then took a look at So iPhone and tried to picture her in a maid outfit. Of course, a maid outfit might look really cute on you So iPhone. Maybe you should dress up as one for the cosplay festival. Normally So iPhone would have just accepted this, but she was starting to become comfortable speaking her mind to Yoriyuki, even if they dissented from her own. But maid outfits have skirts and skirts are so, they make me feel naked. So iPhone said, arm flailing with heavily blushing cheeks. Oh, by the way Kyokaku, I hope you brought a pair of earplugs. Yoriyuki said. Earplugs. Kyokaku furrowed her brow in confusion. What for? Yoriyuki smirked deviously as she looked at So iPhone. Let's just say B likes to buzz quite loudly when her honey is being tended to. Yoriyuki-sama. So iPhone lamented, heavily embarrassed. Kurosaka Clinic. I hope everyone's hungry. I worked really hard on preparing tonight's meal. Hisuna said. She had insisted on cooking, much to Yuzu's chagrin since she normally did the cooking. Hisuna had prepared a chicken and shrimp ramen dish with soy sauce and teriyaki with a hint of orange and plenty of fresh vegetables like snow peas and thinly sliced carrots. Hisuna rarely got a chance to cook very much these days. She normally only did so when Byakuya or Rukia weren't feeling well or when she absolutely desired to cook something for herself rather than let the house chefs handle it. Cooking was a hobby of hers and she was very good at it. In fact, she had thought about starting her own curricular class of it at the Shino Academy, but had never gone and asked Byakuya about it. So how is it? She wanted to know. This is delicious. Ishine said, continuing to shovel the ramen down his throat. Really? Hisuna was so pleased to hear her cooking appreciated by someone other than her family. Yeah, this is really good. Ichigo agreed. Ah, you've got to teach me how to do this. Yuzu requested. Neisan's homemade cooking is delicious. Rukia said with a very big smile on her face. Karen ate her meal silently, but did so with a smile. Hisuna was overjoyed. Well, maybe I should take care of dinner as long as I'm staying here. She beamed. I wouldn't want to seem like a freeloader. That's an excellent idea. Ishine said, slamming his glass down. I second that. Rukia agreed. As long as I can help. Yuzu said. Oh Yuzu, you're a child, you should enjoy your childhood while you still have it. Hisuna encouraged. Hey, if she wants to help let her help, Ichigo said, leaning back. You can get done with dinner faster that way, couldn't you? Well, I suppose that's true, but it depends on what I'm making. Hisuna said. Please, let me help. Yuzo pleaded. Well, all right, if you insist. Hisuna said. This might just be the perfect opportunity for me to take in a student. After the meal, Hisuna, Ichigo, and Rukia formed up in Ichigo's bedroom. Ichigo was still getting used to his closet doors no longer being in front of his closet and were now laying out in the hallway up against the wall by the stairs. Hisuna had pointed out that Ichigo's closet had plenty of ample space for someone Rukia's size to sleep in it. While Yuzu and Karen said it would be fine if Hisuna stayed in their parents' bedroom, Hisuna said she'd be perfectly fine on the couch downstairs. When Yuzu and Karen looked to Ishine, the man of the house had to think how to handle the situation without contradicting Hisuna's story. Now girls, he had said, rubbing his finger underneath his nose, when a lady with grace like Hisuna-san makes up her mind, it's not nice to insist upon her otherwise. Ah, you're too kind, Ishine-san. Hisuna had curtsied. Right now, until bedtime, the trio sat around talking. Well, rather Rukia and Hisuna were talking. Ichigo was trying to get his homework done. Periodically either Hisuna or Rukia would enter soul form to go take care of the occasional hollow. They borrowed Ichigo's badge to do so since at least one person would be in the room at the time, so it wasn't worth the trouble of breaking out their Jikengan. It was when Rukia came back on her third turn that Ichigo noticed something as she came back in through his window. When he had seen Hisuna in soul form back in the Soul Society, which he didn't see on her Jigai, for what he could guess were obvious reasons, he had noticed she wore a platinum ring with a rose-colored, sakura blossom-shaped, diamond jewel on her finger along. However, when Rukia came back in the room, he noticed a ring on the exact same finger Hisuna wore hers. Rukia's ring was extremely different. Her ring was turquoise-colored steel and the jewel was a swirling mixture of amethyst and sapphire. Ichigo was both confused and surprised to see such a ring conspicuously perched on Rukia's finger. Promptly and without warning, he walked over to her before she got back in her Jigai and grabbed her wrist to examine the ring. Hey. What are you doing? Rukia cried out. Where did you get that? You weren't wearing it when you were here and I didn't see you with it when I left the Soul Society. Ichigo said, curiously. Rukia jerked her wrist free and gripped the folds of her kosud with her left hand. She blushed. Well, you see, I'm engaged to Kyan Dano. Say what? Ichigo shouted. Keep your voice down. Hisuna said. You bitch at me all day and then when we finally have some time to ourselves you don't even share this kind of news with me. What the hell, Rukia? I thought we were friends. Ichigo said. You didn't ask. Rukia responded with a smirk. Ichigo just growled. After he calmed down he sat back in his chair and asked. So how is that going, you and him? How come no one else said anything? We're trying to keep it low profile. The marriage hasn't exactly been confirmed by our house. Hisuna spoke up with authority. The Shibas and the Kuchikis are two of the biggest noble families in all of the Soul Society. Byakuya-sama brought up the controversy at the meeting. It's a very big deal since the joining of the houses could cause a dangerous shift in the balance of power depending on how things are handled. Hisuna said. I told Kyan to be patient until we got a confirmation in case things were turned down, but I wasn't surprised when Rukia came bouncing into the house and dancing around because he proposed to her. I didn't even know you two were going steady. Ichigo said. I mean, I know Kyan cares a lot about you, heck, the idiot nearly killed me over the issue, but I didn't know you felt the same. Of course I feel the same. Rukia exasperated. She suddenly withdrew her excitement. You don't know what it was like for me all these years. I didn't tell you much about what my life was like. You wanna tell me now? I'm here and so is your sister. Ichigo said. Oh, I know this already. Hisuna said plainly. Although I think it would be good if she shares it with you. The more two people know about each other the easier it is for them to cooperate and bond, and for friends like the two of you that's essential. Rukia and Hisuna explained to Ichigo about Rukia's history, starting from Hisuna's abandonment of Rukia, to Rukia's reunification with her sister, all in part thanks to Lelouch. Normally Ichigo would have called Hisuna out on abandoning her sibling, but he understood that the Rokanga wasn't an easy place. He had seen the Soul Society with his own eyes. Also, her regret of the decision showed that she cared, hence he was less angry over it. "It wasn't easy for me," Rukia said. "I was suddenly thrust into a world I didn't understand at all. Because of my status, many people avoided me, but Kyandano was the only one who stuck by me. He made everything better for me." Of course, Kyan was married at the time, so whatever feelings Rukia had for him she kept to herself. Hisuna reminded Ichigo. "It was at Miyako-sama's funeral when Kyandano and I became closer than we ever were before," Rukia said. 40 years ago. Miyako's gravesite. Kyandano, Rukia went up to Kyan, who was hunched over the stone replica of Miyako's sealed Zanpakuto in grief. "It should have been me," Kyan said solemnly. "Miyako, she didn't deserve this. I should have been the one to go out on that mission. I should have been the one to die," Kyan said in anguish. "Don't say that." Rukia clung to Kyan's arm. "We might have just as soon lost both of you. You should be happy you're still here, Kyandano." "How can I be when the woman I love is dead?" Kyan looked depressingly at the stone sword in front of him. Gently, Rukia wrapped her arms around Kyan to calm him. "I don't know what it's like to experience the pain of losing someone, but, if you ever need to talk to someone or need someone to support you, I will always support you, Kyandano," Rukia said. Kyan actually smiled. "Thanks, Kukaki," he said and gently put his arms around her. "I'm glad to know you care." Present day -20 minutes. I continued to support Kyandano through his pain and suffering. When Kyokaku went to jail, I gave Kyandano my support, Rukia said. "What about when my father was cast out from the Soul Society?" Ichigo asked. Hisuna and Rukia perked up, unaware that Ichigo had been told. "My dad told me about it. He told me that Kyan and the Shibas are our cousins." "I have to ask, did you guys know?" "We did," Hisuna said. "Your father didn't want us to say anything if we did because it was a finished part of his life, but I suppose the bonds of family are important to know, aren't they?" Ichigo nodded. "Anyway, you were saying, Rukia." Rukia continued her story. "Kyandano was depressed when he couldn't stop what happened to your father or Kyokaku-sama. He said to me, 17 years ago. My life has been so difficult. My wife died, my cousin's been exiled, my sister's in jail, and my little brother hasn't been able to become a soul reaper like his older siblings. I'm starting to feel like all I've ever done is fail just about everyone I've ever come in contact with." Kyan told Rukia. They were out in Hakuten, training as they usually did every other week on a Tuesday right after lunch together. The sky was clear and the weather was warm and the pair was sitting down, taking a break. That's why I always want to be with you, Rukia," he told her. Ever since the joining of the Phantoms, Kyan had since dropped calling Rukia by her surname. "Sometimes I feel." Present day. Rukia spoke Kyan's words to her with a soft smile on her face. "Sometimes I feel like you're the only thing in my life that I haven't failed. That's why I want to keep you safe." That's what he said to me. Wow. That's really something. I never knew. I'm happy for you, Rukia. You two are good for each other. Ichigo smiled to her. "Better than you and I would do together at any rate," Rukia said. Ichigo laughed. "Yeah, that's for sure." The soft and light feeling in the room suddenly evaporated when Rukia, Hisuna, and Ichigo all felt crushing spiritual pressure. "It's them," Ichigo said, recognizing the spiritual pressure as the same as Ulquiorra and Yamis. Hisuna whipped out her soul pager. "Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ichigo and Rukia were both shocked to learn the number of Arrancar that had come to invade. "Are they coming here for us?" Ichigo asked. "No, based on the readings they're just targeting spiritual pressure," Hisuna said, wide-eyed. "What does that mean?" Ichigo asked. "They're making a hit list," Rukia said as realization hit. "They don't care about the size at all. They're going to go around and kill everyone they can. Sensei should be fine, she can handle herself, but Tatsuki's parents are supposed to be on vacation in Kyoto. And what about Chad, Orium, and Uriu? Ichigo asked. The Quincy boy lives with his grandfather, as far as I know he should be fine. Rangiku and Susanna are with Orium, so that's no trouble, and of course Kyan and Renji can handle themselves. Hisuna said. That just leaves Yasutara and Tatsuki. Kigo suddenly flashed through Ichigo's mind. Hold on, the other day it seemed Kigo showed signs of having Ryutsu. What if one of the Eren cars goes after him? Ichigo asked. I'll send word to Kyan and Renji, the two of them can figure it out from there. Hisuna said, playing with her phone. I'll go back up Yasutara, you and Rukia go help Tatsuki. Hey, hold on a minute, I can fight just fine on my own. Ichigo protested. Not in your condition, someone has to keep an eye on you. Rukia said. And besides, Hisuna said as she switched her soul pager for her Jikengan, someone has to keep an eye on Rukia and it can't be me this time. She swallowed her Jikengan and headed out. Said Jikengan quickly scuttled into a corner and sat there like a frightened animal. Leave it to my sister to pick a Jikengan that's shy. Rukia said she swallowed her own. If we get engaged in a fight, I take first bout. Say what? How is that fair? Ichigo said. Rukia slapped him upside the head. It's fair because what's going on in your body? She snapped. So unless I say otherwise, you are going to let me do most of the fighting. Before Ichigo could say anything else, Rukia's Jikengan suddenly jumped him. What the hell is this thing? She's the most popular Jikengan amongst female Soul Reapers. She's called Chappie. Rukia said. To be perfectly honest, this is the Jikengan I wanted to get, but we got Kon instead. Oh really? Ichigo bit back, disturbed at this notion. He pointed to Chappie, who was energetically climbing all over him. You were gonna put this in me? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm glad we got Kon instead. Chappie. Rukia clapped her hands. That's enough, behave yourself. Rukia announced. Chappie instantly climbed off Ichigo and sat down on his chair. Yes ma'am, Payan. She replied. Ichigo sighed, grabbed his badge and got out of his body and into soul form. He and Rukia took off into the night. At this same time, Susanna and Rangiku had already engaged in battle with two of Grimjo's fractions, Ilford Agrans and Nakim Gridiner respectively. Rangiku and Susanna's Jikengan watched over Orium to protect her while the two women fought against Ilford and Nakim. As a third seat with Vice Captain class Ryutsu, Susanna was several times stronger, currently, than Rangiku. While Rangiku got bitch slapped around by her opponent, the fight between Susanna and Ilford was pretty even. As Rangiku took another clean hit for the third time, she retreated to Orium's roof. Susanna, I'm going to apply for Gentei Kaijo, can you try and handle both these guys for the time being? I'll try. Susanna said. I guess this means I have no choice. You will fight both of us? Nakim asked, unimpressed by the notion. Do not take us so lightly. I don't intend to, in fact, I plan to use all of my power to destroy you. Susanna held her arms up above her head, left palm against the back of her right hand. Strike twice, Reimei Inoto. Lightning sparked in Susanna's hands and her sword dissolved. The kosid of Susanna's Shiakusho became a long coat and turned a dusty yellow color. The sleeves of the coat terminated into fingerless gloves that had the image of a human eye on the back and palms of them. Susanna's Shitagai became a dark black and transformed into a hard leather suit, underneath her coat, but over her panties. A necklace hung from Susanna's neck in the shape of a lightning bolt, bright gold in color. In placement of her hakama, Susanna wore knee-high leather boots with socks going halfway up to her thighs. The socks were black. Her boots were the same dusty yellow as her coat. Lightning sparked from Susanna's hand. Squeezing a single fist, Susanna drove a punch straight into Nakim's face, sending him flying. Heido 63, Reikoho. She sent the Kido slamming into Ilford Hay and knocked him away. She prepared a stance. She knew they'd be back. Her Zanpakuto created a static storm of energy upon its release, paralyzing nearby enemies temporarily. It was perfect for sneak attacks, but she would have to rely on her skills as an elemental warrior and shaman of lightning to win the battle. While Susanna prepared to face off Ilford Hay and Nakim simultaneously, Renji had already made way towards Kigo. As he and Kayan were both the same rank, Kayan suggested that Renji go after Kigo since he was faster, since Squad 6 focused more on training one's speed than most other squads. The difference between Squad 6 and Squad 2 was that Squad number 6 focused on speed for speed alone. Squad 2 was more concerned with speed for the sake of remaining stealthy. It wasn't long before Renji came face to face with an Eren car that seemed to be rather lost. The Eren car in front of him was a few feet taller than Komamura Seijin, but Renji had just watched it break into a snack machine and begin eating the bags of food, including the bags. Something's wrong with this thing. Even so, Renji attempted to take the Eren car by surprise. He charged at it, sword still sealed, and made to attack. However, he barely left a scratch. The large Eren car took notice of him. Well, look at that, it's a Soul Reaper. Haha. I knew it. Tengo buena suerte. The Eren car took a swing at Renji, who used Shunpo to escape. Ah, I missed. The Eren car looked at his fist. What the hell is up with this guy? There's something off about him. So, what's your name, Soul Reaper? He asked Renji. I'm the vice captain of Squad 6, Aburai Renji. You are? I'm Diaz Eren car in a Tremere Talbumasuk's army, Yami Largo. Yami answered. You're a pretty big guy. Renji said. I'm surprised all that garbage is going to your muscles and not your stomach. Bah, shows what you know. Yami said, wiping his mouth. He picked up the soda machine that was right next to the snack machine and chucked it at Renji. Take this. Whoa. Renji leapt out of the way, barely having time to dodge. This guy's lack of intelligence is obviously made up for by his immense strength. I'd best not underestimate him. While Renji prepared to face off against Yami, Kayan had already met up with his opponent, Mia. Her Ryotsu was so mighty that it made Kayan, at 1/5 his power, quake in his boots. He immediately called for a Gentei Kaijo application. Lelouch had the foresight, before this mission had begun, to simplify the process. It would still take a few minutes, but it wouldn't take as ridiculously long as it normally would. I hope I can last until then. He said to himself, holding Nijibana in its sealed state. He looked at Mia from across the lot where she stood, smiling at him in a way that indicated she wanted to take his body, tie it down and forcefully do naughty things to it. Ora, it seems I've found you at last, my primary target. Mia said with a humongous grin. Who are you? Kayan asked her. I am El Septimo Eren car in a Tremere Sama's Eren car army, Mia Aruruuri. Mia responded. I am. Mia interrupted Kayan, I already know who you are, Kayan-kun, that's why I sought you out. A luminescent blush could be seen upon Mia's face. I want you to satisfy me with a battle only you can provide. Let us begin, Kayan-kun. She drew out her sword and attacked almost too fast for Kayan to react to. He barely dodged out of the way as Mia slashed off the cloth along his right shoulder. She's fast. And how the hell does she know my name? And why is she so informal? Kayan's thoughts ran rampant in his mind. He looked at the blue-haired Eren car as she turned to look back at him with that sickening smile on her face. No matter, I'll find out as I fight. Rankle the seas and skies, Nijibana. Next door to Ichigo's house, Tatsuki was visited upon by an unwelcome guest. If Ichigo hadn't stepped in, she would have been run through for sure, and she knew it. Stand back, Tatsuki, we'll protect you. Ichigo said as Rukia formed up behind Leroy. What do you mean you'll protect me? I can. Tatsuki. Ichigo shouted without turning to look at her. Don't pretend to be stronger than you are. Remember what Sensei taught us? Overconfidence begets arrogance and arrogance leads to defeat. Can you honestly tell me you can fight? Look at you. You're bleeding just from his Ryotsu. Tatsuki noticed what Ichigo was talking about. Leroy had burst the bow on her uniform and blood was seeping through her shirt. She knew it was there, but even so she just wanted to be of use. She just wanted to help. But didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Ichigo asked her. Ah. After tonight, you should go train with Sensei or go talk to Urahara-san. One of them is bound to be able to make you stronger. Ichigo told her. Just go back inside, okay? Leave this to Rukia and me. Tatsuki punched Ichigo in the back of the shoulder, but it was more of a light friendship tap than an actual punch. Just don't die. She told him. I won't. Ichigo said with full-blown confidence. Meanwhile, at Chad's apartment, Hisuna had appeared just in time to witness Neliel cutting Chad down to size. She had left him alive. Ever since she had become an Arrancar, she seldom killed her enemies. She always managed to make sure that the final blow was enough to make sure that her enemy would survive even with the wounds she had inflicted, but that they would be unable to fight back from the damage as well. She was that good. So long as killing was optional, Neliel never took a life if her enemy was not a warrior. You're quite powerful, Hisuna said, forming up behind Neliel. The 3rd Division captain would have arrived sooner, but when she sensed Neliel's Ryutsu, and the level of it, she applied for Gentei Kaijo just like the rest. So are you. Neliel replied. She turned around to see Hisuna. I recognize you from the database, Kukaki Hisuna, older sister of Kukaki Rukia and spouse to captain of Squad 6 Kukaki Byakuya. You weren't reported as being a captain. My promotion was recent. Hisuna said. But that's of no concern to you, Arrancar. I have a name too. Neliel said. I am Neliel Tuadolshwank, Lakinta Arrancar in a Tremere Sama's army. Does that mean you were the 5th to be made or you are the 5th strongest? Hisuna asked. Neliel turned to fully face Hisuna. Why don't you fight me and find out? The two women stared each other down. A dirt-filled gust blew through the night air with a leaf picked up in it. When it passed, the two women charged at each other and clashed blades. As Neliel and Hisuna fought one another, Urayu also had found himself in an encounter with an Arrancar, Shalong Kyufang. The Quincy fired his volley of arrows at the Fraxion member, who deflected them with his sword or dodged them with Sonido. It was Urayu's 2nd encounter with an Arrancar. He wasn't about to lose again. He noticed that his opponent this time was much weaker than the last one. He figured he would have a chance at victory here. Urayu's grandfather watched from inside. Soken was becoming very saggy and feeble in his old age. Unlike Yamamoto, he was only a human. Human life did not extend as far as a Soul Reaper's life. Soken would be turning 80 next March. Urayu lived with him rather than his father, Ryukin, because Urayu couldn't stand his own father, for he was never home and despised his father's apathy towards being a Quincy. Shalong appeared behind Urayu and attacked with his sword, but Urayu used Hiran Kyaku and moved before Shalong could strike and sent 3 arrows into the Arrancar's back. Urayu had taken time to measure up his opponent. He was interested in seeing what an Arrancar's sword release would look like as well as the capabilities of one. Their Ryutsu was tangled like a hollow and Soul Reaper fused into one being. He also was interested in something else. As he fired another arrow at Shalong, which was deflected by the Arrancar's sword, Urayu opened his mouth. Earlier, Arrancar, you said something about how you were the 11th Arrancar in the army. What kind of ranking system does your master employ? What an interesting query, but one that is no doubt worthy of being answered. The ranking system of we Arrancar is the order in which we were created. Shalong said. I see. Urayu said, taking in the information. He figured there had to be something more to this. That was too simple. Of course this only goes for any Arrancar 11 or above. Shalong said. Aizen-sama took the most powerful Arrancar and gave them numbers 1 through 10. The strength of these Arrancar is determined by the number they possess. They are known as the Espada, and 4 of them have come here to kill you all: Sexta Espada Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, Quinta Espada Neliel Tuadolshwank, Septima Espada Mia Aruruari, and Diaz Espada Yami Largo. I thought a Tremere Talbumasuk was the one in charge. Urayu said. It was Aizen-sama who created the Espada. A Tremere-sama just employs us now in his stead. Shalong said. My opponent is rather talkative. I can use this to my advantage. Urayu stated. And what are your general opinions on your new lord and the general opinions of the army as a whole? I cannot speak for any others. Shalong replied. However, my master, Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, and those of us underneath him do not care who is in charge. We are just interested in crushing you Soul Reapers and those of you who would get in our way, like whatever it is you are. I see, so you have no idea of the Quincy then? Uriah said. I've heard the term. Xiaolong said. Then allow me to enlighten you as to the power of one. Uriah said. I really hope this taunt works. I will kill you on my pride as a Quincy before you can inflict a single wound upon me. Oh, I am to laugh at that. Xiaolong said with a smirk and a chuckle. If you think me so easily beatable, then feast your eyes on this. Xiaolong crossed his hands in front of his body and held his sword between the thumb and index finger of both hands. Snip, Tigerita. Xiaolong emerged into a completely different form. Each of his arms became long and bony. The hands were long and pointed like scissors blades. Xiaolong's ponytail transformed into hollow bone and became like a long pincer tail. Behold, this is an Arrancar's release, a power of which you could never comprehend and. Lick Dragon. Uriah rained down so many arrows upon Xiaolong at such massive speeds that he never saw them coming. Uriah held his bow at his side and pushed in his glasses. But that's impossible. Xiaolong gasped before falling to the ground and bleeding out. Shall I tell you why you lost so easily? Uriah spoke to the Arrancar's corpse. I've already entered into battle with Arrancar before. I've even dealt with Minos, so I know about Zero. Many of my arrows didn't do as much damage as I anticipated, so it obviously means that you and all Arrancar are outfitted with a special layer of skin-like armor that protects you from attacks, a very good design choice, I must say. Next we have your release. Judging from its appearance, I can only correctly assume that an Arrancar's release brings them back to their hollowified state, getting in touch with their hollow powers, the same way that Soul Reapers get in touch with their inner selves. I would have liked to test some of this, but as I swore, I would kill you before you could land a single wound upon me. Besides, Uriah began to finish his speech as he desummoned his bow, I know a Soul Reaper who could just as easily confirm these statements as an enemy could. He thought of Lelich. On the other side of town, a few blocks from where Kyan and Mia were doing battle, an Arrancar had made its way to where So-iPhone, Kyokaku, and Yoryuki were gathered together. His name was Edirad Lyons. However, the Arrancar should have been less cocky and known that he was walking straight into the den of the most violent and well-trained women of the Shinigami world. They sensed him coming long before he got there. It was determined that Yoryuki would fight by means of the most epic three-way game of rock paper scissors. By the time Edirad showed up, she was already doing pre-battle exercises. And just what are you doing? He asked Yoryuki. Oh, good, you're finally here. She said, taking a stance. I was getting bored waiting for you. Edirad laughed. Oh, rest assured you won't be bored any longer, miss, for soon you'll be. Ha. Yoryuki leapt into action and moved faster than Edirad could think. A right-armed straight punch connected with his abdomen, followed by an uppercut to his jaw with the same arm, continuing with a left kick to his right shin and ending with a left elbow blow to the back before he could even retaliate. Yoryuki was on the opposite side of him with her feet spread comfortably apart. She was glancing over her shoulder, stroking her left arm with her right, while smirking. I swear, do all villains have to gloat before they act? You guys make this too easy. You have no idea who you're dealing with, do you, big boy? Yoryuki said and placed a hand on Edirad's shoulder from behind. Allow me to introduce myself. She lifted him up. I'm the former captain of Squad 2, fastest Soul Reaper in history and former commander of the Onmitsukido. She chucked Edirad down the street as hard as she could. Shiho and Yoryuki. Edirad got up only to find that his right shin was pretty much broken. He couldn't stand on it, much less walk. Yoryuki appeared in front of him. Damn you, bitch. Are you on steroids or something? Nope, you're just that weak tough guy. Yoryuki beamed, arms folded. Don't mock me. Edirad threw a punch at Yoryuki with his right fist. She blocked with her bare palm. She squeezed and then flung Edirad up over her head and down the street again. Kyokaku could only laugh at the sight from the apartment balcony. So-iPhone, you gotta see this. She cackled. She looked inside the apartment to find the unusual absence of a specific school teacher. What she didn't know was that So-iPhone was in the bushes with a video camera, recording the fight. It was completely one-sided. She recorded Yoryuki using Etorad as an oversized basketball before kicking him like he was a piece of plywood that so iPhone would often shatter during her demonstrations. She knew Yoryuki's opponent had to be hurting. As Etorad landed on the ground again, beaten and bruised worse than a hit-and-run victim by a particularly sick-minded truck driver, he looked up at Yoryuki, who was having the time of her life. The enemy she was fighting was supposed to be some big scary monster that Aizen had worked on, that Talbumasuk was now in charge of, and she was kicking it around like a tin can. "I don't know who sent you here, but once I became your opponent, you had not a chance at victory," Yoryuki bragged. She lifted her leg up and with a magnificent crescent kick, making So iPhone's nose bleed with arousal at seeing Yoryuki exhibit such flexibility, crushed Etorad's muscles, bones and tissue in his neck, snapping it with the heel of her foot. Yoryuki picked up some dirt and tossed it over Etorad's body as if to give peace to the Arrancar's spirit and soul. As she wiped the dirt from her hands she spoke, still smiling, "When you live as long as I have, you never forget the real challenges, but sorry Arrancar," Yoryuki said as she walked away and waggled her fingers at him, "you're already forgotten." Back where Kion and Mia were fighting, the battle was beginning to heat up. Kion rose up a wave of water at Mia, but she magnificently dodged to the side before tearing forward at Kion and cutting him in the left shoulder. Dayton Enegama. Kion tossed his water disc at Mia. She slashed it in half with her blade and came rushing at Kion. Koto Yukinohana. Mia dodged the initial attack and nearly slashed of Kion's armband with her blade. Kion cancelled out of his technique and jerked to the side and instead lost a few locks of hair. Mia caught them in her hand as she passed by and stared at them before inhaling their scent and let them flow into the night breeze. "She is starting to creep me out," Kion thought to himself. Nijibana, a water-type Zanpakuto that simulates the sensation of being crushed by waves. Mia spoke. "I know it all too well." She looked over her shoulder and held out her Zanpakuto at her side. "After all," she smirked at Kion, "I can control it too." "I don't like the sound of that," Kion thought, readying a defense. "Rankle the seas and skies, Nijibana." An exact replica of Kion's own weapon appeared in Mia's hands. "Shall we begin round 2, Kion-kun?" she asked Kion. How can she? That's my Zanpakuto." "Kion, watch out," Nijibana warned him. Kion barely had time to blink as a wave of water came surging towards him. Kion leapt back to avoid it, but Mia appeared behind him with her Sonito and slashed downwards with her trident and attacked Kion with a whip of water, slamming him into the ground. Kion got to his feet, bleeding from the right side of his head, leaning on his Zanpakuto as he panted. "Something's not right here." Kion was very nervous and scared. While Kion had a miniature panic attack, Susanna was doing her best to stay alive against her two opponents. With a lance she had created from her own spirit energy, Susanna contended with Ilford from the front, while Nakim kept attacking with his fists from behind. Susanna's lance was long enough to allow her to keep all of her sides guarded at once. She was also nimble enough to maintain such a front, but she was growing tired rather quickly. "Where are you, Rangiku?" she wondered. Ilford thrust forward with his sword. Susanna dodged to the side only to get punched in the shoulder by Nakim and went careening into a building, but she was stopped from crashing by Rangiku. "Sorry, I'm late." "You ready?" she asked. "Yeah, did you get cleared?" Susanna asked. "Sure did," Rangiku said and then shouted. "Gentai Kaijo." She spiritual pressure flooded outwards, rising to 1.2 times greater than Susanna's. "Now growl, Hanko." The ash spread out and Rangiku slashed Nakim and Ilford before they even knew what hit them. They went careening towards the ground. Susanna levitated a few centimeters off the ground and looked at the sky as her arms hung down at her skies, gathering energy. Shikara Kaminari. Force lightning, she flung her hands forward as lightning extended from her fingertips. She zapped Ilford and Nakim as they fell and sent them into a nearby townhouse. "We did it, Rangiku." Susanna cheered as she and the Busta vice captain high-fived each other. However, Nakim and Ilford were far from done. Getting up from within the damaged house, Ilford shouted, "Skewer, Del Toro." He transformed into his bull-like state and charged across the sky at Rangiku and Susanna. The duo dodged. Ilford Hay turned and scrapped back his hoof along the air. "Let's show them our true power, brother," Ilford Hay said. Now anyone would be confused, but very few knew that Ilford Hay was talking to his brother Sale, who was watching the battle, rather than Nakim, who the Soul Reaper duo thought he was talking to. Really though, it didn't matter to them. These Arrancar were about to be dead in a minute anyway. Nakim jumped into the air and landed. Scream and yell, Mono Prime Genio. Primal Monkey. Nakim's arms burst out to become gigantic, black, and hairy. His mask completed itself over his face. His legs also expanded out of his suit and looked like a pair of gorilla feet. "Kick their butts," Susanna asked, glancing at the vice captain up against her back. "Kick their butts." Rangiku smirked. Susanna and Rangiku tore towards their opponents. Ilford Hay let out a medwar cry as he neared Susanna. "Here's a little trick I learned from Lelich Dano. Bakudo 4, Hainawa." She targeted one of Ilford Hay's horns with her Kido and then leapt up onto his back using the Arrancar's horn as if it were a flagpole to swing underneath Ilford Hay's horn, whereupon she landed on his back. Still holding the Kido rope, she shouted, "Hado 11, Tsiozuri Raiden." The channel lightning shocked Ilford Hay's very senses as he screamed in agony from the pain. One great aspect of Susanna's Zanpakuto was that it enhanced all lightning-based Kido. With Ilford Hay temporarily incapacitated, Susanna lifted her arm up and prepared to finish him off. "Now die." Hado 73, Soren Sakasui. She ripped a hole straight through Ilford Hay's center and blasted him in half. "Damn, Soul Reaper, brother, ugh." Rangiku had a much simpler time with her opponent. Hanko cut whatever it came in contact with, and since Nakim was a giant monkey, he was just a big target. She turned him into ape sashimi with her Zanpakuto and then sealed it up. "That time we did it." She beamed at Susanna. "We were awesome. Lelich Dano will be so proud of us." She danced in place. She sealed her Zanpakuto and put it away. She took a step forward towards Rangiku only to stagger and feel dizzy. What's wrong with me? Why do I suddenly feel so weak?" "Susanna-chan." Rangiku rushed towards her. Susanna seemed a little tired, but a quick physical analysis helped Rangiku determine that nothing the enemy had done was causing Susanna pain. Still, she decided it was best to get the silverette inside, into her Jigai, and let her rest. Neither had any idea what tomorrow would bring. Howl. Zabumaru. Renji let his Zanpakuto zip forward at Yami, who just shrugged it off as it scrapped along his Iero. "What the, no effect at all. Bahaha. Is that all you got, Soul Reaper?" Yami asked and charged his fist with energy. "Take this. Bala." He let the energy blast rip forward and smack Renji in the chest. The 6th Division captain went flying through the air, but managed to gain his balance. "What did he just call that? Bala? It felt like I just got hit with 1/10 of a Zero's power at 20 times the speed. Ow, my ribs." Before Renji could make another move, as Yami reared back his fist to fire another Bala, a hell butterfly flew towards Renji. "Butterfly." Yami made to pounce on it. "What the oh geez." Renji leapt out of the way as Yami tried to smash the hell butterfly. Renji could figure what it was for though, especially because his chest itched. Gentei Kaijo. Renji became 5 times as powerful. Howl, Zabumaru. Renji sent his Zanpakuto slamming towards Yami. Just as the espada reached for the butterfly, Zabumaru sliced into his wrist. Yami slammed onto the ground and grabbed his wrist, clutching it in pain. "Damn bastard." Yami rushed Renji and socked him right in the gut. Renji went flying through a nearby house, slamming into a dresser. As he stood up to massage his sore head, a black bra had caught itself in the lock of its hair. Huh. Renji glanced up at it only to hear a frightened scream. The woman who owned the bra, because she couldn't see Renji, saw her bra floating in midair. She grabbed a frying pan from her kitchen and whacked Renji over the head with it before passing out. Renji's head became imprinted on the now dented frying pan. Ow. Renji removed the frying pan and tossed it to the ground as he rubbed his sore head. 2 seconds later, Yami leapt over the half-destroyed house and landed behind Renji. He shouted like a wild beast and made to attack Renji. Renji leapt up and out of the way from Yami's attack only for Yami to leap into the air after him and swat him down out of the air as if Yami's hand was a tennis racket and Renji were the ball. Renji hit the pavement harder than a raw egg knocked off a kitchen counter. He landed so hard he bounced. Yami punched him in the side and sent Renji flying away. Stupid maggot. Yami called after Renji. 5 seconds later though, while Yami thought Renji to be history, he felt Renji's Ryutsu spike and saw a swarm of red spirit energy. Bankai! Renji shouted. An elongated bony, maned snake appeared. It was about as tall as a 5-story building. Hiyo Zabumaru. Upon seeing the elongated snake-like Bankai, Hisuna smirked, feeling Renji's Ryutsu. However, she could also feel her sister's Ryutsu dwindling. She had to finish her fight and go help, but her fight was not going too well. Her opponent had yet to release her sword and Hisuna was already using her Shikai. She was waiting for Gentei Kaijo to come in. At 1/5 her power she was not sure if she could properly control her Bankai. Not to mention with the damage she had taken she wanted the power boost first before using it. Neliel had already stopped Hisuna's Kokia no Kage dead in its tracks. Hisuna could tell her opponent was not to be underestimated. I'm telling you, you should release your Bankai, Captain. I will not kill you, but you will not have a chance at defeating me if you are stubborn as to use only your Shikai. The target, Kurosaki Ichigo, released his Bankai the moment his opponent appeared. That was a wise decision. She can tell Ichigo released his Bankai. Just how much data does Talbumasuk have on us or on him? Hisuna wondered. I will not take the life of someone who is not a warrior. You have shown me that you are simply a fighter without a purpose other than to kill me, simply because I am the enemy. Such reasons are enough for me not to hold back, but at the same time I cannot kill you. Neliel responded. I didn't know, Hollows could be merciful. Hisuna panted. Hollows can't. Neliel stated holding up your blade. I am an Arrancar. There is a clear difference. Release your Bankai, or I shall end this fight with my next strike. A hell butterfly flew overhead and Hisuna felt her body tingle in the center of her torso. You want my Bankai? Very well. Gentei Kaijo. Hisuna released the limit upon her body. Bankai. Hisuna emerged in her owl-like flight-enabled Bankai. Saigo no Chu no Kaze no Iriko. Hisuna held up her rapier and pointed it at Neliel. Let's go Arrancar. Engard. At this same time Kaian was fighting Mia, his Gentei Kaijo having already come through for him, but he was still petrified on the grounds that the Arrancar was using his own Zanpakuto against him. However, Kaian noticed that she could not use any of his special techniques he had only learned and developed after Miyako's death. After another clash of the waves between the two combatants, Kaian spoke up. I knew something wasn't right here and now I know what it is. Your skill with Nijibana is outdated. In fact, I'd say about 40 years outdated. What the hell are you? How is it you can use part of my Zanpakuto? He shouted. Mia put a finger to her lips. Do not raise your voice, Kaian-kun. She said to him. However, you are right. My skill with your Zanpakuto is rather outdated. What's the point of fighting with a Zanpakuto you know and have trained with? Mia sealed her sword as it took the shape of her long's word again. She grinned with a wide devilish grin that made her seem mentally unstable. After all, it's much easier to fight with a weapon that you aren't as familiar with. Mia began to twirl her sword at her side. Rather than the yellow light seen when Kaian released Nijibana, this time there was a violet-pink one. Kaian gasped when he saw this. Glide across the valley, Mia said and then shouted with crazed, excited expression, Hagani Range. Steel Lotus, violet-pink energy surrounded Mia as her sword transformed into a bright pink bow staff. Each of the ends of the staff had a rounded orb on the end. Each orb was silver and took the shape of a lotus flower. Mia began to twirl the staff at her side as wind began to gather around it like a small hurriance. It can't be. Kaian's eyes quivered as he watched the staff in Mia's hands spin rapidly. That color, that stance, the drawing in of the wind like a cyclone. That's Miyako's Zanpakuto. Kaian shouted. Mia. Who the hell are you? He shouted. The blue-haired Arrancar simply smirked at Kyan's psychological distress. To be continued. Chapter 55, Susanna is what? Third-person POV. Mia. Who the hell are you? Kyan shouted. I've told you who I am La Septima Arrancar in a Tremere Sama's army, Mia Arururi. Mia said with a smile. Don't play games with me, how is it you can use Miyakos and my Shikai? Kyan shouted. Mia did not respond. Answer me. Mia just chuckled with her left hand up against her lower lip and stroked the area with the side of her index finger. If you won't tell me, I'll force the answer out of you. Kyan prepared his ultimate attack. Ajisai Dai Kojui. The whirlpool tore towards Mia. Using Miyako's Zanpakuto, she used the wind flowing into the staff to absorb the water and then redirected it at a nearby rooftop where it splashed harmlessly along the concrete walls. Kyan, figuring she would counter his attacking, went after Mia at close range. Mia, giving Kyan her most innocent look with petrified eyes, spoke in a calm voice that had gentle tone to it. Kyan. Help me. Upon hearing Miyako's voice, Kyan stopped dead in his tracks inches from Mia. Miyako. The next thing Kyan knew, as he stood in shock at hearing Miyako's voice, Mia drove her arm straight into Kyan's gut. You are so gullible, Kyan-kun. Mia said with an evil smile that made one of Jin's smirks look welcoming. Mia then took her staff, as Kyan clutched the wound, recoiling from the shock, and slammed the weapon into Kyan's neck. The wind generating around it created a more lethal force and caused Kyan to bleed as he went careening into the ground and scraped his back along the blacktop. Mia took aim with her blood-covered arm at Kyan as he lay on the ground. A red light gathered around her palm. Zero. The flash went blasting towards Kyan. Kyan would have been fried alive, but a bright crimson shield blocked the attack. Wua, close one. Keikisuk. Kyan looked up at the blonde shopkeeper. You should be more careful, Kyan-san. Urahara said to him and then looked up at Mia. After all, it seems we're not dealing with an ordinary Arrancar here. Mia sonitoed to the ground. Please step aside, Mia spoke to Urahara, I'm not finished playing with Kyan-kun. Mia spread out her left hand in front of her and licked her index and forefinger. Urahara pushed down on his hat. Well, you can continue playing after you've beaten me. Urahara said and spoke seriously. Assuming you can, of course. Mia took a step back. She decided she'd rather retreat with her life intact and face off against Kyan again, with the mental damage she had done to him undamaged, rather than go up against the fabled Urahara Kisuk. Backing up, she opened a Garganta. We'll finish this another time then, Kyan-kun. She smiled at him and walked into the Garganta. She then spoke in Miyako's voice. I'll be waiting. Kyan, in an angry rage, tore towards Mia, but Urahara grabbed him by the shoulder. Easy there, Kyan. Urahara told him. She's just trying to provoke you. The Garganta closed. Kyan dropped to his knees. Anguish coursed through his body. As much as he wished to deny what had just happened, he could not. He had to face facts. Mia somehow, or some way, was connected to his beloved Miyako. She had both her Shikai and could use her voice. She even used it to make him think that Miyako was inside her somewhere, trying to break free. No, he thought, perhaps her consciousness really is in there somewhere, but I don't think I can reach it. He looked at his right hand. It was calloused from gripping Nijibana so hard. I can't reach it with these heavy hands. Miyako, even after death you still suffer. Kyan looked down at the ground in despair. Gomen Ase, Miyako. Tears began to descend from Kyan's face to the ground as he ground his hands into the dirt. He cried for a bit and then reared back and shouted to the sky like a dog howling at the moon, Miyako. Meanwhile, down by the apartment of Yasutara Sato, Hisuna and Neliel were clashing with each other. Neliel had proven to be too fast for Hisuna to safely use her army of birds. Hisuna also could not risk the damage her Sika no Hikari. So instead, Hisuna could only attack Neliel through the power of her Shikai abilities and fight using the extra evasive maneuvers her Bankai provided her. She had to store battle energy and fight. She had to last long enough so that she could unleash her most powerful move. Unleashing the power of her Ballad of Flames upon Neliel, Hisuna used Shunpo to get to a location far away from the Quinta Espada. She found one atop a corporate building with a water tower. When she landed, she began to sing. The notes she sang started creating that ominous Latin-like overture. However, just as Hisuna was about to go into the final verse of the chant, Neliel's blade slashed her down her front and up her back. Hisuna dropped to the ground in pain. As Neliel had promised, her wounds were severe, but not life-threatening, but at the same time Hisuna wouldn't be getting up without some help. "You had me going for a minute there, I must admit," Neliel responded. "That ominous sound began circulating from all around me. I thought I was done for, but when you entered the final verse your Ryotsu spiked, and after that it was easy to find you. My Sonido can cover quite a lot of ground." Neliel put away her sword. "One of my allies seems to have retreated. I would do the same, but I believe I need to play babysitter for a moment. I must say though, Captain, you put up quite the fight for someone who is not a warrior." Neliel disappeared into the night, leaving Hisuna where she was. With the two more powerful members of Lelich's team down for the count, a third would soon be following. Although Renji had managed to inflict quite a bit of damage upon Yami, the stubborn Espada didn't seem to be going down anytime soon. With a grunt, Renji sent his long Bankai forward at Yami. "Hikote Soteho!" he shouted. Yami countered with a Zero. The attacks cancelled each other out. "He's strong, but as long as he can't reach me, I can beat him," Renji figured. Unfortunately, if the vice-captain had thought this a little more through, he would have realized that, despite the distance between them, Yami was as fast as he was strong. And although the Espada had lost brain cells when it came to his ability to think, none of the damage affected his fighting instinct. In an instant Yami appeared behind Renji through the use of Sonido. "That's not good," Renji thought when he sensed the Espada. "Bala!" Yami nailed Renji right in the back. He then pounced on Renji's back. Yami laughed. "Abarai Renji, welcome to gym class. Time for jumping jacks, I'm Jack." Yami began jumping on Renji's back, annotating each stomp in Spanish. Uno, he jumped again. Dos, he pounded on Renji again. Tres, and again. Cuatro, and again. Cinco. By this time Renji's spine was starting to go numb. Seis, Renji felt as if he was being flattened into the pavement. Siete, Renji was starting to lose the feeling in his muscles. Ocho, Yami jumped on Renji again. Nueve, and one last time. Diez. Ow! Renji gasped with tremendous effort. Yami laughed as he stepped off Renji. He cracked his knuckles and prepared to finish Renji off. "Adios, Abarai Renji." He reared back his arm to fire a bala. However, as he pulled back, his arm popped clean off like a cheap attachment on an action. "Oh god damn it," Yami said and picked up his arm. Sale had superficially attached the arm to Yami's body like a mechanical limb so that Yami could go back out into battle on short notice. He had told Yami about the possibility of this happening and how, but of course Yami didn't pay attention. As Yami forcefully tried to lock his arm back into place, frustratingly failing, he gave up. "Stupid arm. Grr, now I gotta go see Sale." He took his disembodied arm and slung it over his back like a club, completely forgetting that he had left Renji alive. This has to be the most humiliating reason for an enemy not to finish you off. Rukia is never gonna let me live this down, Renji thought to himself and then passed out. With two of the Espada having left, one having more reason than the other, Neliel took her sweet time getting to Grimmjow and Ichigo's battle. She had been sensing most of it during her battle with Hisuna. The fight was completely one-sided and Neliel knew why. She didn't think it was far for such a one-sided battle to occur and largely end with the enemy's death, especially if that enemy was not a warrior, even if it wasn't her fight. She'd convince Grimmjow to stop one way or another. As she approached, she stopped when she saw Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho go flying out at Grimmjow. What was that? Neliel stopped dead in her tracks. That looked like Ulquiorra's Zero Oscuras. Neliel used Sonido to get a better look. She saw Ichigo and Grimmjow and observed the battle. Impossible, that came from the Soul Reaper? Does this mean that he's somewhat like a Hollow? Tremere-sama has talked about Soul Reapers with powers of a Hollow, Vizards, but the primary target doesn't seem to have the ability to properly tap into that power. His Ryutsu is very unstable. Just what is going on? As Neliel continued to ponder this in further detail by observing, she'd stop the fight if she believed Ichigo was going to die, and as Ichigo fought to control his inner hollow, Grimmjow stood triumphantly in the air over Ichigo. What are you just standing around for, Soul Reaper? Leave him alone. A fearsome cry declared. Neliel watched as a girl with raven-colored hair, fingerless gloves, and spurred with fearsome battle energy charged at Grimmjow from high up in the air. Kaso Kabushi. Tatsuki no! Ichigo shouted in alarm. Grimmjow looked at Tatsuki with a bored look and brought his elbow down on her back. She descended lightly before Grimmjow stepped around behind her and added his foot into her back on top of it. You couldn't even handle yourself against Deroy and you thought you could damage me? What are you, stupid? Grimmjow chastised her. As Tatsuki went careening towards the ground, losing consciousness, Ichigo leapt into action and caught her like she were a football. I messed up. Tatsuki laughed like an idiot as she looked at her childhood friend. She then passed out. Ichigo put her down. Neliel noticed that his change in demeanor had stabilized his Ryutsu, but not in a good way. With a berserk scream, Ichigo charged at Grimmjow. He didn't care that his inner hollow could take over, or perhaps his actions were because his inner hollow was close to taking over. He slashed upwards on Grimmjow with both of his hands. Grimmjow actually had to dodge. Getsuga Tensho. At point-blank range, Ichigo fired his signature move at Grimmjow. The Espada sonidoed right behind him and put his foot in Ichigo's back. Well now, he declared, watching Ichigo go down into the ground, you sure fight a lot better when your comrade got struck down. Hey, I have an idea, he declared as Ichigo got to his feet, hand covering his left eye. Why don't I go around and beat up all your other friends too? He smirked. Ichigo anger surged as thick, dark energy seethed around him. Grimmjow. Ichigo could feel his inner hollow bursting to take over. He held it back with all his might and prepared to leap off the ground back into battle, but before he could, someone grabbed his shoulder. Stop. Ichigo turned around to see the captain of Squad 10 standing behind him. Eli Lelich. Ichigo was curious as to what he was doing here, especially without a scratch. Ikgayo figured he would have had to have been in some form of battle. Lelich let go of Ichigo and held 2 fingers by his lips. Bakudo 75, Gok Tekken. The quintet of iron pillars slammed on top of Ichigo, crushing him into the ground. Hey! What the hell gives? Ichigo raged. Lelich walked around him and looked at Grimmjow. Damn it, Lelich, answer me! Lelich continued to ignore Ichigo and looked up at Grimmjow. You there, Arrancar? HRN, and what do you want, Soul Reaper Captain? Grimmjow asked. I pose a question to you. Do you really think that this is your target's true strength? Lelich asked. You'd better get to a point if you have one. I'm a very impatient person. If you start talking too much, I'll just turn my desire to inflict pain on you. Grimmjow told him. My point is this, leave now with your friend hiding in the shadows and I don't call for reinforcements and have you swarmed in a 9-on-1 battle. Follow through with this request and I can assure you that the next time you and Kurosaki Ichigo clash, you'll both be much more evenly matched. Lelich stated. You're bluffing. Grimmjow said. Lelich simply sighed and snapped his fingers. On the surrounding buildings the Vizards appeared, cloaked in shadow from the dark moonlight. Neliel, noticing them, appeared along Grimmjow. Grimmjow, we should go. Neliel told him. Are you kidding? A 9 against 2 fight sounds like a sweet deal. Grimmjow said with a smirk. Neliel laid a firm chop to the side of Grimmjow's head where he was still slightly damaged from Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. Ow, what the hell was that for, Nell? Grimmjow shouted. Do you have any idea who the Soul Reaper down there is? Neliel asked him. Should I give a fuck? Grimmjow asked. You would if you cared about your life. Neliel stated. That Soul Reaper there is Lamperouge Lelich, the Soul Reaper that somehow managed to goad Aizen-sama into killing himself. Engaging him in battle would be the same as throwing away your life. Let us go home. In case you haven't noticed, your fractions have all been defeated. Neliel told him. Grimmjow simply glared dead on. Bunch of useless fucks. He thought to himself. He sighed and put his hands in his pockets. Neliel knew this meant he understood the situation. I'm glad we understand each other, Grimjo, she said to him. Neliel opened a garganta and encouraged Grimjo to go first so she could watch him as if he were a dog on a leash. Where the hell do you think you're going? Ichigo shouted. I'm going home, Grimjo told Ichigo. Oh no, you're not. You think you can just waltz in here and attack us and then just leave? Lelouch, do something. What do you want me to do? Lelouch asked. Unless I get close I won't be able to do to them what I did to Aizen, and as you know I don't have the best reflexes. They'd snap my arm off the moment I went for my eyes, even from that distance. Ichigo simply growled. It's chess, Ichigo. Sometimes you must allow your enemy's pieces to keep living so that you can ensure their demise later. Lelouch said. Before Grimjo left he looked at Ichigo one last time. Hear my name, Soul Reaper, and make sure you don't forget it. I am El Sexta Espada, Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. Next time we meet, you'd better be as strong as your friend boasts. Otherwise, I'll kill you where you stand. Once the Aaron car left, Lelouch released Ichigo from the Kido he had used on him. Now do you finally get it? Lelouch asked Ichigo. Huh? Ichigo was confused. Your hollow can't be willfully suppressed and you can't just stop being a Soul Reaper. Your only option is to become a Vizard. Face reality, Ichigo. Lelouch told him. Lelouch, Ichigo was about to go into depression when he remembered something important. Tatsuki. Before he could run off, Lelouch grabbed him by the shoulder. Relax, Tatsuki's fine. Hirako took her to Orium, she'll be fine. Lelouch told Ichigo. Rukia, Sato, and the others who got cut down are going to be fine too. However, if I didn't step in just now you wouldn't have been as lucky as the others. You have to face facts. Lelouch let go of Ichigo's shoulder. Ichigo just seemed to tense up. He had been hoping becoming a Vizard wasn't a necessity. He had hoped there was another solution, that Lelouch would tell him there was another way. This was the guy who killed Aizen, the man who, as Ichigo had heard it, was Soul Society's greatest threat until Lelouch stopped him, causing Talbumasuk to take his place. If you're worried about your alignment then there is something you should know. Lelouch said, putting his hands in his pockets. Darkness is not something to be feared. If you fear it, you will only be consumed by it. Many walk a path of two sides, light and darkness. In the light I am Lamperouge Lelouch, captain of Squad 10. In the dark, I am Zero. In the light you are Kurosaki Ichigo, student of Karakura High. In the dark you are Kurosaki Ichigo, substitute Soul Reaper. Becoming a Vizard does not mean turning your back on all of us. Hirako and the others, their transformation was not by choice. If you remember me talking about the hollowification experiments Aizen conducted when I challenged him atop Sokioka Hill, then you should know that Hirako and the other Vizards are all victims of those experiments. They were cast out of the Soul Society, viewed as hollows, so they've been here for over a century, lying in wait. They reached out to you on Urahara's request. My killing of Aizen and you learning of your heritage was not part of his original calculations. Nevertheless, plans can adapt. Ichigo, you called me your friend and at the time I shunned you, but if you are still willing to consider me such then, as a friend, I want you to trust me and know that this is the right decision. Becoming a Vizard does not mean you will be casting aside who you are and becoming rogue. It's quite the opposite. If you succeed in subduing your inner hollow you will have the power you desire to protect what it is you wish to protect. Lelouch told Ichigo. Ichigo powered down to Shikai level. He still didn't seem quite all together though. Are you scared? Lelouch asked. Somewhat. I've just been thinking that, it can't be as easy or so simple. I would never let myself be consumed, but, what if I don't? There's always that chance that things could go wrong. Ichigo said. Now I see, it's not that he's afraid to step into the darkness, he's afraid that something could change him. He's afraid of the results, not the process. Lelouch realized. He put a comforting hand on Ichigo's shoulder. If it will calm you, I plan to stay with the Vizards myself. That's where I just came from. I know Hirako well. He oversaw my entrance exam when I first became a Soul Reaper. Lelich smirked. You ever heard the phrase, if 3 people tell you that you're drunk you should lie down? Well, allow me to be the 3rd person to tell you that becoming a Vizard is the best course of action for you. Lelich said to Ichigo. Ichigo sighed and seemed to feel a little better, as his normal hardened gaze was reflected in his eyes. Thanks Lelich, I appreciate it. Lelich let his arms drop at his sides. Tomorrow, I'll meet you outside your house at 9 in the morning. I can tutor you while you're away from school. You'll need all the time you can to train. There's no doubt in my mind that this attack was simply a field test to feel us out. We're lucky we didn't experience any casualties. From the feel of it, we almost lost Renji. Anyway, let's go head on over to Urahara's and take in a damage report. Yeah. Ichigo nodded in agreement and the duo headed off. Hueco Mundo. Mia, Yami, Grimjo and Nelliel all arrived in Talbumasuk's throne room where the other 6 Espada were waiting as well as the fraction of Mia and Nelliel. Nel-sama. Pesha and Dondakaka saluted to Nelliel. Loli and Mainoli ran right up to Mia and got down on a knee each. Mia-sama, we are glad to see you have returned unharmed. They said to her. Yes, quite impressive indeed Mia. Between the 4 of you it seems you suffered the least injury. Talbumasuk smiled at her. Mia laughed. Kyan-kun was so easy to deal with. She rubbed underneath her lower lip with the side of her left index finger. He was like a frightened puppy when he saw me use his late wife's Zanpakuto. It was so adorable. She smiled in such a way that made some of the other Arrancar very uncomfortable. It almost seemed as if she had enjoyed the battle a little too much. And I see your fractions were defeated. Tisk, tisk, Grimjo. Talbumasuk chuckled. Bite me. Grimjo retorted. Some of the Arrancar turned wide-eyed at Grimjo's lack of respect towards Talbumasuk. They thought for sure Talbumasuk was about to put Grimjo in his place. They all watched as Talbumasuk rose to his feet. Grimjo, allow me to make something perfectly clear. Talbumasuk disappeared from the top of the throne and reappeared in front of Grimjo. He stood there and the Arrancar watched as Grimjo doubled over as if he had just been punched in the gut. Talbumasuk took a single step back and they watched as it looked as if Grimjo had just been kicked in the jaw. Only the top 4 Espada had been able to see Talbumasuk's movements properly and only Stark had managed to see the motions fluidly and properly. To the others it was rather blurry. And to the other Arrancar they didn't even know when Grimjo had gotten hit. Talbumasuk had moved that quickly. Disrespect will be met with punishment. Am I understood? Grimjo growled and grinded his teeth. Yes, sir. Good. Talbumasuk said and used Shunpo to appear back on his throne where he sat down. Now then, Nelliel, how did everything go? Sir. Nelliel crossed her arm over her chest. The reinforcements are nothing too major to worry about. Those that defeated Grimjo's fractions were among the weaker enemies, save the one who eliminated Eterad Lions. Mia, Yami, Grimjo and I engaged against the stronger enemies and we have also found out that Hirako Shinji and those that were banished from the Soul Society by Aizen-sama are hiding out in the world of the living. Preparations should be made in light of this information. Also it seems Kurosaki Ichigo possesses the potential to become a Vizard himself, but I feel as if his power is much more than that. I see. Talbumasuk said. I look forward to reading the typewritten file. Sir, what are we to do for now? Mia asked. As much as it would pain you to hear this Mia dear, all of you should go about your business and prepare for the next assault. I am very interested in testing the limits of Kurosaki Ichigo one last time before we go into battle as a team. For that, Ulquiorra, Yami, Grimjo, Nelliel, Mia, Loli, Mainoli, Halibal, Stark, you will all play an important role in the upcoming plan as will I. Until then, you are all dismissed. Hey, what gives? A rather ticked-off Joe Vega shouted. Is Baragan-sama not good enough to be involved in whatever plan it is you're up to? Joe, I wouldn't if I were you. Nirga warned him. Shut up, Nirga. Joe shouted. A Tremere just completely made us seem like chumps. He's employing the power of the Tercera and the Primera and leaving us to rot. Leaving you to rot. Talbumasuk stood up again. He began to walk down the steps of his throne. If I didn't know any better, Joe, I'd say you didn't believe I had the capabilities to lead this army in Aizen's place. Talbumasuk stood right in front of the tiger-like Arrancar and flared his Ryotsu. Am I wrong? The sheer magnitude of the Ryotsu he was causing even Ulquiorra to have to take a few steps back. Joe could barely breathe. Well, Joe. I can't breathe. I saw how fast he was. How is it he's this powerful? He wasn't when Aizen recruited Baragan-sama. Joe gagged. Baragan didn't even bother to stop Talbumasuk. In fact, he was rather intrigued with how the Soul Reaper was handling the situation. He found it amusing. Hado 1, show. Talbumasuk thrust Joe straight into the wall. Joe landed on the ground and dropped onto one knee. He got to his feet only to watch, along with the rest of the Arrancar, as Talbumasuk drew out his sword. He used Shunpo only to appear to have made a sweeping arc towards and away from Joe. He was now standing on the other side of the hall by Zamari and Sale. He made to put his sword away. Joe, on the belief that you have it in your head that I am unfit to lead the Arrancar in Aizen-sensei's stead, I find your lack of faith. Talbumasuk looked ahead with a fierce gaze, disturbing. He clicked his sword into its sheath and Joe suddenly split in half right down the center of his body, creating two symmetrical halves. Talbumasuk used Shunpo to return to his throne, back to the Arrancar. Allow me to be clear on this matter, I will not take kindly to insubordination, dissent, or disrespect. I understand that I am not Aizen-sensei, but if any of you think you can walk all over me like I am some form of pushover, you will meet the same fate as Tiger Boy there. Talbumasuk turned to face the Arrancar and sat down. It would be in your best interests, he said, and tightened his glare, to remember that. Now then, clear out. Talbumasuk ordered. The Arrancar did quickly, but silently, so that only the sound of calm, nervous and panicked footsteps could be heard echoing along the white walls. Talbumasuk got up from behind his throne, sighed and walked around it and down the steps to the balcony behind his throne. Halfway down, he was met by the only other Soul Reaper in his company. "Ya know if ya needed murder done, why didn't ya just ask lil old me?" Jin asked. Talbumasuk walked past Jin, encouraging the grinning Soul Reaper to follow him. "The Arrancar won't respect me properly if I let you do all my dirty work for me. Besides," Talbumasuk looked at Jin with a smile, "I rather enjoyed that." Jin simply grinned. "So what now? What's this big plan of yours that you're setting up?" Jin wanted to know. Talbumasuk looked out the window. "Amongst all aspects of combat, do you know what the most dangerous thing to underestimate is?" "Ya got me," Jin said. "It is the bonds between two warriors who trust each other. The length of that trust can mean the difference between a dead man and a victorious warrior. That is how Soul Reapers and their Zanpakuto commune in the first place. Trust between the two, or the understanding of one another, is essential to forming a good relationship. However, there is another type of trust, the trust one places in another individual entirely to aid them. The bonds that are shared between Nakama," Talbumasuk stated. "Now that's rather odd coming from you, since Aizen taught ya never to trust anyone. Ya gettin' soft, Tally?" Jin asked, calling Talbumasuk by a rather annoying nickname. "Hardly, I keep all my allies out at an arm's length. The only trust one place in any of those Arrancar is for them to do as they're told," Talbumasuk said sternly and gripped his scabbard, "and to be prepared to take care of them if they should prove to disobey. However, Soul Reapers, especially those like Kurosaki Ichigo, Lamrouge Lelouch, and Hirako Shinji, place their faith in others to watch their backs and guard the holes in their defenses. Also, when one's comrade falls, it sometimes serves to either break or enrage the rest of their allies. Such a bond is something I cannot afford to underestimate as a warrior that fights almost completely alone." "You're really serious about dat, Arancha?" Jin asked. "I'm always serious," Talbumasuk stated. "So what are ya gonna do bout Grimm's Fraction gettin' wiped out?" Jin asked. "Absolutely nothing at all," Talbumasuk beamed. "They were worthless. The Fraction are simply to the Espada what the Jillians are to the Ajichas. Besides, Grimmjow works better alone. Now then," Talbumasuk stepped up onto the ledge, "I'm going to go do some reconnaissance and see if I can't find the rest of the Vastal Lords. Please keep the errand car in check while I'm gone. Aye, Tally. Jin said with a smile. And stop calling me that, it's annoying. Talbumasuk said and left. The next day. Karakura town. The next morning Tatsuki went to So iPhone's apartment begging for her to teach her how to become stronger, refusing to accept no for an answer. Please sensei. Tatsuki said, down on her hands and knees, I'm so weak. I wasn't of any use to anyone during the assault last night. I can't let it be like that. Ichigo's so far ahead of me. I'm his partner. You were there when I promised him that. No. Forget Ichigo. There's no point in me having power if I can't even protect myself. Tatsuki shouted. I understand Arisawa, but there's nothing left for me to teach you. I've taught you everything I know, in every way I know how. So iPhone said. If that's the case, why not let me teach her? Yuriuki offered, getting up from the couch and walking over to the doorway. Besides, it's not like it's summer break and you don't have classes to teach. You take care of class and I'll take care of Tatsuki. Yuriuki-sama, are you sure? So iPhone asked. Positive, I'll turn your star pupil here into a fighting force to be reckoned with. Yuriuki winked. You just leave her to me. Thank you, Yuriuki-san. Tatsuki stood and bowed to her. It's nothing, really. Yuriuki said. Now come on, race you the park. Yuriuki took off in a sprint. Hey, wait for me. Tatsuki shouted. What are you going to do about her missing class? Kyokaku asked So iPhone. I'll just drop off her work at her house or she'll pick it up here every morning. It doesn't matter to me if she doesn't come to class so long as her work gets done. Arisa was special. So iPhone said. As is Ichigo, Orium, the Hispanic dude, and the Quincy boy, right? Kyokaku asked. So iPhone nodded. Anyway, I'll be in my room, try to keep the chip crumbs off the floor, please. Yeah, Kyokaku said, plopping herself down on the couch and turned on the TV. Tatsuki wasn't the only one aiming to get stronger. Ichigo had been escorted to the Vizards by Lelouch and Chad had been put in a training regime with Renji by Urahara. Thanks to Orium, Renji had made a full recovery by the end of the evening and was in top form to train the giant. Kion, meanwhile, had gone down to the river to hone his skills and also try to clear his head about the night before. It was all he could think about. As he worked with Nejibana's standard attack, flashes of Mia's flawless use of his own Zanpakuto as well as Miyako's bothered him. He had talked it over with Kisuke and Lelouch, neither could come up with a satisfactory answer for the vice-captain. Urahara was completely lost and Lelouch said he would have to test a few hypotheses and get back to Kion if he wanted a decent response. So here was the Shiba clan leader, slaving away at getting stronger. The next time he fought Mia he wouldn't be fooled by her tricks. Yukatake would lecture him if he knew that Kion had let sentimentality get in the way of professionalism. However, the most interesting event was going on at Orium's apartment. Susanna had woken up that morning, not feeling too good. She got up out of bed, groggy, and traced her hand along the wall as she made her way to the living room. She clutched her stomach with her other hand. Frayed strands of hair stuck out in every which direction as she blinked at Ranjika sitting on the couch watching TV. In the middle of the night she had puked into the toilet, surprisingly not waking Ranjika or Orium. Ranjika looked over to see the less than chipper Susanna and became worried. Everything all right, Susanna-chan? You're not looking well. Ranjika-san, could you go out to the local pharmacy and get me some things? Susanna asked, with a groan. Sure, what do you need? Ranjika asked, getting to her feet. She understood Susanna's shyness going out in public. The reactions of Ichigo's classmates to her silver hair and red eyes made her very self-conscious of her appearance. Coupled with how she didn't seem to be at her best, it was only natural to want to help the silverette out. Susanna went over to the counter and wrote down 2 things. She handed Ranjika the list. Ranjika raised an eyebrow. Susanna, are you? Maybe. Susanna said, standing up straight. My stomach is bothering me a lot and I sure as hell don't eat as much as I did last night, especially considering what I ate. What will you do if you are? Rangiku asked. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, Susanna said, taking in a deep breath and brushing her hair back. Well, all right then, Rangiku said, and then called down the hall. Orium. I'm going out shopping. Do you need anything or want to join me? Rangiku soon found the teen, dressed and ready at her side. I'd love to go shopping with you, Rangiku-san. Wonderful, we'll be back, Susanna-chan. The Busta pair left for the shopping mall, leaving Susanna to her own devices. She went over to the couch, shut off the TV and laid down on her back. She took out her soul pager, flipped it open and held it above her. She began cycling through her phone book. She got to Lelich's name and clicked details. She stared at his number and call details for a little bit and hovered her thumb over the call button. It hovered there for solid 20 seconds. Susanna shook her head, sighed, closed the soul pager, sat up and lay against the back of the couch. I'll call him, after I've found out whether I am or not. Susanna went and took a shower, wondering where Lelich was even. She wouldn't put it past him to have reserved a hotel in advance. It would be so like him. However, she thought that at least he'd tell her and the others where to reach him. She hadn't been at the meeting at Urahara's, neither had Rangiku. She had stayed here to take care of Susanna, who had not been feeling well at all since her battle with Ilforte. Susanna unconsciously placed a hand on her stomach and gently stroked up and down as the water ran over her smooth skin. When Susanna finished her shower, she borrowed one of Orium's bathrobes and sat down on the couch to watch TV. The amount of romance movies that were on only put her more on edge, to the point where she turned off the TV and threw a pillow at it. She buried her face in the couch cushion and took a power nap and waited for Rangiku and Orium to return. The Busta duo couldn't have walked into the apartment soon enough for Susanna. The moment Rangiku announced her arrival, Susanna grabbed the package she had for her and headed for the bathroom. What's wrong with Susanna-chan? Orium asked. Oh, hopefully nothing. Rangiku waved her hand with a smile. I really do hope it's nothing. I didn't even know she was active. Say, Rangiku-san, you wanna make lunch with me? Orium asked. Sure, Rangiku said. The two began to unpack their groceries. However, no sooner had Orium put away the bread loaf was there a shrill shriek from the bathroom. Rangiku dashed into the bathroom. I wonder what's going on, Orium asked herself. Get me something to drink. I'm going to do this again. She heard Susanna call from the bathroom. Rangiku came out of the bathroom. Orium, do you have any bottled water or some fruit juice? She asked. Ah, yes, there's some bottled water in the bottom drawer, Orium told Rangiku. The Busta Soul Reaper grabbed a bottle and headed back for the bathroom. She came back out and she and Orium prepared lunch. They had just started preparing the ingredients when Susanna let out a panicked whine. Rangiku pardoned herself to go check up on the silverette. What are you going to do? Rangiku asked Susanna as the third seat leaned up against the bathroom wall opposite the tub. There's only one thing I can do now, Susanna stated. She walked out of the bathroom in a daze. She went to where Orium was letting her stay and collapsed on top of her futon before picking up her phone. Now I have to call him. She opened her soul pager and dialed for Lelich's number. The phone began to ring. Susanna leaned against the wall by the window and looked out over the streets. The phone continued to ring with no one answering. Come on. Pick up, Susanna said, rubbing her legs together like she had ants in her pants. Moshi Moshi. Lelich answered. Ah, Lelich Dono, hi. Susanna said. Oh, Susanna, it's you. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Lelich asked. Susanna began to twirl a lock of her hair in between her fingers, blushing as she spoke. I remember that night you and I shared when you were incarcerated. Of course, I even remember how many stars were shining into the room that night, Lelich said as a joke. Susanna laughed a little, but she wasn't in a laughing mood. Well, you see, that night, there's consequences. I'm sorry, what did you say? A truck just went by, Lelich said. Susanna couldn't stay timid about the situation anymore and she just shouted. I'm pregnant and it's your child, Lelich Dono. There was silence. Just complete silence. Not only had Lelich heard that, but so had Rangiku and Orium from the kitchen. Lelich was caught completely off guard. Susanna was pregnant and he was the father. How the hell was he supposed to respond to that? The phone was hanging down at Lelich's side as he stood off to the side of the street. His mouth hung open slightly and his eyes were dilated. He felt as if a hammer had just come down on his head and smashed his brain into tiny little pieces. Lelich gripped his face with his free hand. I had sex with Nemia so many times and she never got pregnant. I screw Susanna once and suddenly she's pregnant. What the hell? No. This is not happening. This is not happening. What? Was a baby not part of the great Lelich's master plan? Iin Tamashi snickered. Stay out of this. Lelich thought back quite loudly. Lelich Dano. Oi, Lelich Dano, are you there? Susanna asked. Lelich brought the phone back to his ear and dropped his hand back down at his side. Yeah, I'm here. I know this has to come off as a shock. Susanna said and put a hand on her stomach. I can't believe it either, but... Are you sure that you're, you know? Lelich wanted to make sure Susanna was certain. There was no use getting worked up over nothing if she wasn't really with child. I took 2 tests, Lelich. I'll take a third one to be sure, but I don't think there's going to be any change. Susanna stated. Lelich covered his mouth with his free hand and rubbed his chin before dropping it back at his side. Do you want me to come get you and we'll go see Anohana? He offered. No, I can handle this. It's only the first trimester, I'll be fine. Susanna told him. Lelich closed his eyes, took a deep breath and opened them. Okay, you let me know though if there's anything I need to do. I'm here for you, okay? Thank you, Lelich Dano. Susanna said with a smile. I'll come see you in a little bit, but I have to go now, okay? Lelich told her. Okay, goodbye. Susanna hung up. Lelich stood still, thinking to himself as the phone hung down at his side. He looked up at the sky. I never thought that I'd bring another life into this world. How can I even be allowed to? Should I feel blessed or cursed to know that I'm going to be a father? I don't know. I just simply don't know. Back at Orium's apartment, the busted duo of Orium and Rangiku came to check up on Susanna. Susanna-chan. Orium called out to her. Oh, I suppose you two heard that. Susanna said, putting away her phone. Rangiku nodded. There was silence for a few minutes before a large smile crept over Susanna's face and she gave Rangiku a big hug. I'm pregnant with Lelich Dano's baby. She cried joyously. That's a sudden change in attitude. Rangiku said, surprised. Although, I suppose she does have reason to be excited after the initial shock. She does really like Lelich after all. Oh, this is so exciting. Orium said. What are you going to name it? I don't know. Susanna said as she let go of Rangiku. She looked up at the ceiling and rubbed her chin with her index finger. I haven't really thought about it. When did this happen? I didn't even know you two were involved at all. Rangiku stated, interested. It was about a month ago. I went to go see Lelich Dano when he was incarcerated. Susanna answered. Rangiku laughed joyfully. So you did it right there in the prison cell? That's surprising. I always felt your first time would be in a setting a little more personal to one of you. Are Rangiku-san? Susanna blushed. Gomen, Rangiku wiped a tear from her eye, trying her best not to burst out laughing. Congratulations, Susanna-chan. Orium told her. Susanna beamed. She was really happy. She wasn't despairing over an unexpected pregnancy. After all, she had always fantasized that this could happen to her. Let's go out and celebrate. Orium declared. We should call Kukaki-san and Kurosaki-kun and tell them about this and... Actually, I'd prefer to just wait, maybe we could just do something special here perhaps. You know, at least until I start to show. Susanna said. Alright, let's go continue to make lunch. Orium said as she and Susanna went into the kitchen, leaving Rangiku standing there alone. The busted vice captain folded her arms. Check the description for the links to the author.